Good afternoon everybody and welcome to Three Sisters Circuit here at Ashton in Makerfield on the outskirts of Wigan for what is hopefully going to be a cracking day's racing here at the first round of the British Supermoto and Superlite Championship. My name is Phil G, I'm here with Danielle Koenig and we'll be bringing you the action live from this first round of our British Supermoto and Superlite Championship. Currently then just finishing our main qualifying sessions, and we will be going to our Superpole session. That's going to take just a couple of minutes to organise our top 5 riders, but our top 5 in qualifying then, number 74 Chris Hodgson then, currently our pole sitter with a 1:11.987, second place Jay Smith on a 1:12.4, third 217 Richard Sharp on a 1:12.729, fourth place Jamie Duncan with a 1:12.78, and fifth Alex Mullaney, number 100, on a 1:12.825. So welcome then Danielle Koenig, our current reigning ladies champion. You were out there yesterday having a go and retaining your championship lead. Looking forward to a good day's racing today.
Yeah, it was really good yesterday. The track I found was really fast and flowing. I spoke to a few riders this morning. They said it's not as flowing as yesterday, but it should make for some interesting racing. I think there's a few more overtaking spots today.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday's layout was obviously one of the ones that gave us some excellent overtaking manoeuvres at the end of the start-finish straight, but everywhere else it really was a bit of an elbows-out job to try and make a pass.
Yeah, there was some good overtaking between the two dirt sections yesterday as well. So coming down that first dirt into the second, I saw some really good moves. But yeah, I think today it'll be good to watch from all over. I think that mountain will add quite an interesting element for today's racing.
So Cowards drop then the part of the circuit over the far side where the riders kind of disappear over the back of the hill and then reappear at the bottom into the pit corner. Probably one of the most difficult corners to ever feel that you get right in Supermoto. I've ridden here for years and never felt like I've ever nailed it absolutely 100%. But looking forward to some good days racing. So Alex Mullaney then, the number 100 on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, he takes to the track then for his outlap. And he will go past the start-finish line down there. He finds his way then round into, this is the Lunar Complex here at Three Sisters, a very, very long triple apex right-hander that opens out, gets faster and faster all the way round. So Mullaney then off on his fast lap into turn 1. We'll take this right-hander then up into the dirt section. That looks really really slippy up there, Danielle. There's a lot of stones drag on up onto that bit of the circuit. Yeah,
that exit off that dirt section onto what ends up being Coward Summit, I found really, really slippy when I've raced this similar layout before. You do get quite a few stones dragging out there. There's also a little bit of a pothole between what is the dirt section and then a bit of concrete and then the tarmac rejoining. So that can sort of, if you catch your front wheel in that, it can definitely unsettle the bike. Jamie Duncan's just gone out for his outlap now as he sits 4th currently.
So Mullaney then over the tabletop in the centre of the circuit. Again, reverse direction from yesterday, just a little bit of a tuck of the front there onto this off-road section. Seems really difficult to get a nice rhythm through there, and this section then becomes really slippy as the dust drags on the circuit. But Mullaney then, he's going to set the opening time into Luna. Just getting his head down. One of the youngest riders, 16-year-old HGV mechanic. So Mullaney comes across the line and what does he do? He's done a
1:13.3.
So a 13.3 then. That's not as good as his opening time. But Jamie Duncan then, just runs a little bit wide. Duncan, the Scotsman then from Cooper in Fife. 2 race victories yesterday. And he'll current championship leader in that class, but it's a fresh day today, the full British Championship. The Contract Solutions supported KTM rider, engineer and company director from up there in Fife in Scotland, makes his way over the tabletop and hard on the gas then through the S's into this left-hander which has no name, and then obviously into Luna. Just looks like the front started to wander a little bit there. So he's coming across the line. And with the completion of his lap, will he jump to the top?
Yep, he's jumped to the top with a 112.3.
So next out on track then is Richard Sharp. Richard Sharp then past pit lane. Oh, Sharpie's sideways style then. One of the few riders still really giving it the full, backing it in bit. But he was great value for money yesterday. Oh, a little bit of a mistake, just lit the rear up this tabletop, which is actually run backwards because it's you're going up the landing and down the takeoff, originally designed to go the other way, so very easy to get wrong. Oh, big air there, nails the tabletop. Again, this corner much faster on this layout than it was yesterday, so they're arriving at this corner quicker than they were yesterday as well, and that definitely makes a little bit of a wander on the rear as trying to get hard on the power. Talking to him yesterday, Danielle, he was saying that he did not want to be going that fast through Luna, but he was pushed on by the need to do it, and he drops in second then, 112.55.
Luna's one of them corners that if you can get it right, you're gonna gain so much time, and a few riders, especially in the A's, feel that they don't get it right, which says a lot, seeing as these are the top of the sport.
So Jay Smith then through into the what we call the urban cross section, the tarmacked off-road. Used to be stones originally, but been tarmacked for quite a few years. Jay's over the jump, over the tabletop, lands that nicely. Getting the power down on that Humber Garage Racing Honda, the 40-year-old company director from London. Been around the sport a long while, almost as long as me. And been second in the championship so many times, such a hard competitor. And Jay comes across the line, goes top. What's his time, Danielle?
A 112.2 from Jay. So yesterday he did end up having the fastest lap time of the day. So he definitely showed some really good pace. I think he just made a few mistakes in the race yesterday. So it'd be really good to see him if he can pull it all together today.
So Chris Hodgson then, final rider out on track in this Superpole session, reigning British champion, 17 times a British Championship winner in the various guises in his career. 35 years old from Maryport, up there in Cumbria, off the dirt section. Graduate of the KTM Junior Cup way back in 2005.
It's good to see him now supporting some of the younger riders, such as his teammate Alex.
Well, yeah, Alex pushed him really hard at Cadwell last year in the final round of the championship, but Hodgson comes across the line.
He has managed to take pole position with a 111.8.
So 0.4 of a second up on Jay Smith then. So that will set the grid for our elite races later on this afternoon. I'll say we were not expecting to be live with the Superpole this morning. We were expecting that we would be on with our Superpole race as our first track action, but we managed to just catch the Superpole there. So great way to start the day. So just to recap then, you can see Hodgson then from Jay Smith, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp and Alex Mullaney. So that will be your top 5. And obviously they will come to the line a little bit later on. So Three Sisters Circuit then, pretty much the spiritual home of Supermoto for the last 20 years. I think my first race here was September of 2001, and I've been coming here for a few years before that. So good thing about Three Sisters, an absolutely unlimited amount of different track layouts, Danielle.
Yeah, you can, with the valleys especially, it can be configured in so many different ways, and I think it's always good to see what sort of tracks the competitors get each day, because it's never the same.
I think I've the only one I've never ridden is the reverse direction track. That was something that we didn't do until fairly recently, and by that time I'd already stopped and gone off to do other stuff, and never got the chance to ride the Luna in reverse. Here's a short slow motion of what looks like Chris Hodgson, and you can see there that the backing it in then to this corner, just getting the bike absolutely perfectly balanced. Nice late apex there to set him up onto the run onto the urban cross section. Hard on the gas then, and just watch him just get this bounce absolutely right. It's really easy to over jump this. You've just got to land it right on the top and get on the brakes, else you overshoot it and end up in the tyres. So sublime lap then from Chris Hodgson to take pole position. Was unlucky yesterday with a fall in the final that took him out of the reckoning, but today is the main one, and that red plate on the with the number 1 on the front, Danielle, that's the thing that he's going to hope to have sitting there for certainly the red plate for the rest of the year, and the number 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, it's not the first time I don't think Chris has ran that red plate. He's had it a few times before, but I'm definitely sure he's glad to have it back.
So like I say, almost a veteran of the sport now, teammate Alex Mullaney coming through, the 16-year-old. Very much reflection of Hodgson when he came in as a youngster, racing against us old guys, and muscled his way to the front, and has been the class of the sport in the UK for the last 15 or 20 years now, or 17 years. 17 championships, but he's not had it all his own way. Jay Smith, Jamie Duncan, numerous other riders then have always pushed him really hard. So Superlite B then. So Superlites are well, we'll see pictures in a minute, but they are great bits of kit, 4-wheel buggies with a smattering of different sorts of engines, 600 4-stroke, 900 4-stroke, 1000 4-stroke, and a couple of 700cc 2-stroke snowmobile engines. We've got 2 races for the Superlight class, and our pole sitter then for this one will be the 17 of Mark Richardson. Mark Richardson then he's been runner-up in the championship a few times, been racing since 1990. That's the number 17 car, and he's in the S900 class. And there he is, number 17. Always look at these things and think, oh, it'd be really good to have a go in one, and
I thought the same. I thought, do you know what, this looks quite fun.
Everybody I know that has actually sat in one and had a go in one, the first thing they've said is how hard they are physically to drive. Andy Mitchell, who we'll probably see in our elite race later on, what I would call kind of the godfather of Supermoto for certainly for around this area, been racing a long time. Championship race winner, championship winner. He's had a go on everything, and he got a chance to run in one of these Superlights, and he said it's unbelievably hard on your body, on your neck. He says obviously, you know, all car racing is to a certain extent, but nothing prepared him for it. So then our Superlight B race 1. Now in this class what we do is we take 2 drivers from the front of the grid at the end of this one and move them up into the A group, and we will move the bottom 2 in the A group down as they're brought onto the line for their warm-up lap. So front row then, 3 cars will be Mark Richardson number 17, Jeff Wilkes number 37, and the 111 of Dave Milnes. 2 S9s and 1 S10 on that front row of the grid. The grid then 3, 2, 3 and 2. Now also these Superlights, they run similar to Rallycross. They have a joker lane, so there will be a short lap that they run, which will be basically enable them to jockey a little bit for track position. It works quite well in Rallycross. It enables people to decide to either take a shortcut and jump past people and then get a couple of quick laps in. So we'll see how that pans out during the race, but currently then off on their warm-up lap.
You could see just how much dust was getting kicked up off that dirt section there with these cars, so you can see just how much dust there. I feel like that'll play into the starts a lot, especially for the bikes coming through there. Might struggle with visibility.
So fortunately, as yesterday, we've got a nice little bit of breeze, so shouldn't be too much of a problem for visibility. I think it'll be a little bit better than yesterday because we've got a corner at the top of it, so we're not going to be accelerating down the hill like we were yesterday. But so we've got 10 cars in this one then, and there'll be 10 cars in the second of our Superlight races, which will follow on from this one, and then we'll get into the first lot of our solo race programme. So Superlight B then. Last few cars just coming to the back of the grid, and obviously sat quite low down in the car. I'd imagine that if you're on row 3 or row 4, the visibility of what's going on at the front not particularly easy.
Looks like this is going to be a 12-lap race as well, so plenty of time for them to decide their order. And it's also interesting to see when they play their joker laps. Tactically, I think a few of them have tried different things to see whether it works best playing it at the start, get it over and done with, or
we will find out.
On the race.
But away they go. An absolutely terrible start from our pole sitter then, Mark Richardson. Got swallowed up by not only the 2 guys on the front row, but also all the guys. So we've got a joker lap guy straight away already. So those guys, 3 guys have taken their joker lap. So they are going to be half a lap in front as they come by. So it is the 111 that leads at the moment, which is Dave Milnes. So that joker lap really is a proper cut. So the guys in the second bit of the field then are going to have to catch that up, but it is then the 111 of Milnes that leads from Wilkes. And wait for the timing to update as they come across the line. So it's Gordon Knox then 47, so Knox then 53. Shoe company director from Leeds then in the S9 class.
Mark Richardson seems to be the biggest loser of that start, falling from pole down to 7th.
But obviously Richardson then not taking his joker lap on the first lap. Another couple then going through, another 3 guys. The race at the front then, 4-car battle at the minute then, Knox, Taylor, and then Wilkes in 4th. So again, just no diff in these cars, solid rear axle, so to really get them to steer, you've got to get that inside wheel off the ground. So Mills then leads as they go up the dirt section, just nice and blowing nice and clear. It's a real dead stop at the top of that as they come then round the top, over the long right hand, down to Coward Summit, to the Joey Dunlop corner. Oh, here we go then, so this is the joker lane, and we've got a new leader. Oh, it's neck and neck as they come into the paddock bend. So the 37 then, of Jeff Wilkes, drops in right behind our race leader. The 111 of Dave Milnes. Right on the back of the 111 as they come out of Luna this time.
Jeff Wilkes putting in the fastest lap time with using his joker there as well, with a 43.3.
Obviously lap times of the joker lane a lot quicker. We saw the one at Cadwell at the end of last year was literally only a couple of 3 seconds. But again, enough to jump the car in front. And we'll see if anybody appears from that shortened bit of circuit on the left hand side there as they come past pit lane. But it is still the 111 of Mills that leads from Wilkes, from the 47 of Gordon Knox. And then it's Derek Warren, number 93, he's there in 4th. And Mills just starting to gap out a little bit at the front there. Looks like Wilkes had his chance to maybe jump him through the joker lane and wasn't able to make that one count, Danielle.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's really. Dave Mills has definitely pulled a gap. It's about just over a second now. So he not enough to be able to make a mistake and get away with it, but a little bit of breathing room, I'd say.
So certainly the 37 of Wilkes keeping him honest. Battle then for 3rd in the background between Knox and Derek Warren. And the 84 of Tony Turner also in that battle as well. But race leader then across the line. 7 laps to go in this Superlite race B. So Milnes and Wilkes currently looking favourite to move up. Looks in fact like Wilkes may have pulled back a little bit of time there as they made their way up that off-road section. So Wilkes then still keeping it honest. As we look then onto back at the battle then, the third and fourth. So that's Knox, Warren and Tony Turner. A 3-car battle there. The guys come down into Luna. Looks like all of the pretty much everybody then has pinged through and done their Joker lap. So where we are on track position, there shouldn't be anybody jumping up to surprise us. Oh, all sorts of sidewards there. That was can't make my mind whether that was fantastic driving or he just managed to catch that, but Gordon Knox absolutely killed it going up that dirt section, got the car perfectly sideways to go onto the tarmac, and he suddenly pulled out a 4-car length lead over Derek Warren. Turner then still wanting a piece of it, but back with the leaders. And Wilkes is not letting Milnes off the hook. We'll get to the end of the start-finish straight. These cars do throw a lot of debris around, depending on what the conditions are. Sometimes they make the track a lot better, sometimes they make it worse. Usually it's worse if it's, I think if it's wet, they tend to drag a lot of stuff on, Danielle, don't they?
Yeah, the only sort of bonus of that is if it does start drying, the Superlites are actually quite helpful for drying the track even quicker.
But yeah, certainly getting close. You see that inside rear wheel then of Wilkes hovering just a couple of inches off the ground, enabling him to get that car turned. So looking like both of these guys are S9 competitors.
Slightly further in the pack, it looks like there's a really good battle going on between the number 84 of Tony Turner and the 261 of Ivan Taylor.
Yeah.
The two of them were getting really, really close to each other around paddock bends.
So race leader then, all of a sudden, he's having to drive a defensive line. He's got a mirror, so he'll know that Wilkes is all over the back of him as they come down the hill. The rest of the pack streaming through. Battle then for third. So it looks like Richardson then has jumped back to third position, so he may have well been the last person to take the Joker lane. So Richardson run round on his own, made the most of a clear track. So Richardson, the last one through the Joker lane, jumps back in front of Knox and Derek Warren.
Hopefully he hasn't left it too late with only 3 laps to go though.
I don't think that he's going to catch our race leaders, but certainly using the Joker lane to his advantage, especially after getting mild off at the start. Everybody else went for the Joker lane and he's just put some solid laps in and jumped back up to third. As he comes down around Dunlop corner along the pit straight, around Paddock Bend, and again see rear wheel lifting. Solid rear axle on these Avon control tyres across all the classes to help keep the costs down. And one of the things with this championship is that it's designed that entry-level guys can buy and build a competitive car and run it on a reasonable budget. My excuse for not having one is that I wouldn't have anywhere to keep one, but a lot of these guys been around racing a long time. Quite a lot of guys done some lots of autograss racing as well, and then found their way onto the tarmac. So race leader then, 1.2 seconds the advantage at the moment from Milnes to Wilkes in second. Richardson then starting to clear away in third place, so I think that's pretty safe to say that battle is over and done with.
It's looking like we've lost Mark Rushton somewhere, so whether he's had a mechanical, I can't see any flags out for him, so unless that's a transponder issue, but
obviously dropped off the bottom of the timing screens. But final lap then for the number 111 of Dave Milnes. comes past pit lane for the final time. So both of these guys then will move up to Superlite A for race 2 of the day, and we will obviously be the bottom 2 in the A group race, which is to follow this one. We'll drop down so it keeps the field nice and even. But checkered flag then for our race leader Dave Milnes. He takes victory in this first Superlites B race of the day from Jeff Wilkes. They will both go up to the A group race. Mark Richardson will be 3rd, Gordon Knox number 47 4th, and 5th place number 93 Derek Warren.
Well, that'll put Mark Richardson back on pole for race 2, so hopefully he can get a better start than the last one.
I don't know whether he fell asleep at the lights or whether he just didn't bite properly, but he got mugged. He was very lucky not to get hit from behind, but survived that and pulled through to finish 3rd. So as you say, that will give him. In fact, will he be on 3rd? Because do the guys from the A group come down and sit on pole? I think he will.
Oh, they might do.
I think he does. I've been caught out with that one before. So, but he will get a front row start in our second B group race a little later on. So then, so that is our first race of the day in the books. Coming up next then will be Superlite A. So the weather today then, warm and ish sunny, a little bit overcast compared to yesterday, not the day that we had yesterday. I think it may be a little bit warmer, but a little bit more cloud, but always good to have what we consider to be stable weather conditions, or all wet or all dry. It's not great when you're spending all day swapping tyres from wets to dries and back again. And fortunately we had a good day yesterday and weather is set fair today, so for those that were well prepared with all the tyres that they needed for the weekend, only going to be using half of them.
I think it's good track temperatures won't get too high today, so hopefully they won't be shredding tyres, especially around Luna. Yes,
obviously when in the summer events that we run here, that long triple apex right-hander absolutely kills tyres. Right hand side of the tyre is dead beyond repair. Not a lot that you can do with that, and we did start to see it yesterday in the A final. A few of the guys getting a little bit squirrely on the last couple of laps as they came to the close of the races. But Superlite B then, our start crew then waving the drivers off. So pole position then should be the number 8 of Peter Muirhead. Next to him on the grid will be the 22 of John Kershaw and the number 4 of Paul Hudson.
It's good to see Simon Nutter qualifying for the A Superlight race, seeing as he is only in an S9 against all these S10s.
Obviously these engines are all motorcycle based, and the 900cc, which was the original Fireblade engine, now very, very long in the tooth. It's used in a lot of Formula Motorsports, and I think they're just getting harder and harder to source. So with a preponderance of 1000cc engines, these engines are all sealed, so they dyno them and seal them, and they reckon that they were all within 3 or 4 brake horsepower of each other. No modifications allowed. I think exhaust pipes and all that kind of thing are all a spec to keep the racing close and not make it really a checkbook affair, which is exactly what motorsport needs to be, certainly at the lower formulas. And so our front row forms up. Again, 3-2-3. So again, I imagine that this will be a 12 lapper. So our starter walks off to the side and the lights will change and away they go. Everybody gets away cleanly. Looks like our pole sitter then, Peter Muirhead. And he leads a rake of them through the Joker lane. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars then through the Joker lane. So that is your top 8.
There was only 3 not to take the Joker on that lap. So we'll have to keep an eye on those 3. It looks like the 150, 33 and 40. Okay,
so we'll keep an eye out for them slotting back in later in the race. But currently then, we'll wait for them to come across the line for the first time. So it is Muirhead then, number 8 from the 22 of Kershaw and the number 4 of Hudson. So our front row from the start in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. 4th place then, the 114 Jack Derbyshire then. He's moving up to S10 this year after competing in a few races last year in an S9. So 30 years old Derbyshire from Chorley. Raced here for the first time last year. A mechanic by trade. And he's been pretty decent value for money. Been knocking on the door for a win in the S9 class a couple of times, so it'll be interesting to see if he can find his way onto the back of this front group.
So the only 3 drivers to not take their Joker on their first lap were the 150 of Duncan Macbeth, 33 of Paul Smythe and 50 of Phil Redfern, and all 3 of them are still quite close to each other on track. So it'll be interesting to see if that bit of clear track will help them for when they do take it.
So I think that the smart move now for those that didn't take the Joker lane would be to leave it as long as they can and run on the free track that they've got. But Muirhead then starting to break away at the front just a little, few car lengths then. Number 22 there in 2nd place of Kershaw, still under pressure from Hudson. Derbyshire in there, close.
It looks
along
like
with Milnes and Nutter.
Looks like Paul Smythe did take his Joker on that lap, just as you said, maybe try and wait for some clear track. So we'll see where he slots in.
A race leader then, up the dirt section. All these cars nose to tail. And just see how the gap's concertina as the car in front gets himself on the gas. So here we got somebody coming out the Joker lane, and that is the 150 then of Duncan Macbeth. A brand new fresh S10 car, and he jumps up. I think he's going to jump up into 3rd or 4th. We'll just see how that pans out. He's in there, I believe, behind the number 22. And does indeed look like he's jumped to 3rd. 9 laps to go. He was circulating pretty quickly. I'm surprised he didn't leave it a little longer, but I'm no car racer, let alone a car racer strategist. So Macbeth, multiple champion, 7 times S9 champion from Tame, tree surgeon by profession. So been at racing now over 10 years. And the battle as they come down the hill, all been moved over, a little bit of switch back there. Now that's Milnes and Simon Nutter going wheel to wheel then. Nutter trying to find a way through on the number 11. Interesting to see how these drivers just set these cars up differently for the corners. Some guys are a little bit more aggressive with the car, trying to get it to slide. Others just like to keep the car in line and just lift that inside rear wheel. Usually smooth is better. Nutter then closing right in down the hill, lighting the rear wheels up as they come past pit lane. All over the back of Milnes. Meanwhile at the front, Muirhead then enjoying a 1.3 second lead over John Kershaw. We're watching this battle then for 6th and 7th.
It's looking like Phil Redfern's the only driver to have not played his Joker yet, so it'd be worth keeping an eye on him.
So he will definitely be running in clear air, and it is a case of running against the clock. And obviously with these 12-lap races, the rallycross stuff that we see, usually 4 or 5 laps, not as much time to play the long tactical game. But Nutter then pushing really hard on the back of George Milnes. And a lot of rain. Some of the grass areas of this Three Sisters circuit still a little bit soggy underfoot, so they certainly won't want to be running off onto the grass. But no way through at the end of the straight. You want to take a pretty committed punt down the inside there and just physically not room. Back with race leader Muirhead then, 5 laps to go. The gap then to Kershaw then 1.2.
It looked like, I think it might have been Jack Derbyshire clipping a tyre just coming round onto the pit lane straight there. So there is currently a tyre in the middle of the circuit round there, so hopefully the marshals can get to that quickly.
So Muirhead then around Luna. Bump then starting to open up on the transition. Where we go from the gravel to the tarmac, there is like a strip of concrete there, and that tends to dig out a little bit. Duncan Macbeth then not able to close in on second position, and he's actually coming under pressure now a little bit from Paul Hudson, who was our original front row star. So they're just shaking the bugs out of this new build car, completely fresh for this year apparently. So all of these cars then supplied as a single chassis manufacturer. So it's pretty much a ride and drive kind of thing, but all the cars kept as close as they can be. Nutter still not able to find a way past Milnes, and they are up onto the back of Derbyshire now in the 114. We've got a car going slowly, and they've just gone past. I think we may have lost our third place car there. Macbeth, that looked like as they flashed past. Or Nutter then, was that contact? But still 1.5 the gap then from Muirhead to Kershaw in second. And battle for third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, that was definitely the 150 of Duncan Macbeth now dropping down the order. Still keeping an eye on Phil Redfern, who I don't think has played his joker yet, but still having quite a lonely race. Duncan there getting pushed off the circuit now. Looks like he's retiring the car.
So just passing Macbeth as he rolls into pit lane in the background. So these tyres now will starting to get some heat into them, sliding around a little bit more. Milnes then all over the back of Derbyshire, and in turn Simon Nutter putting on a lot of pressure. With 2 to go, they need to make something happen. But not able to make a pass, and of course now Milnes in the position where he can't be too aggressive on trying to make a pass on Derbyshire, because he's going to leave the door open for the number 19 of Simon Nutter.
Phil Redfern going through now for his joker lap. Let's see where he slots into this big group. Has he left it too late?
A race leader then Muirhead. Well, the look of where that is, and Redfern didn't make a lot of ground up. But last lap, and a checkered flag win for Peter Muirhead. Second place then number 22 John Kershaw. Third number 4 Paul Hudson. Fourth 114 Jack Derbyshire. Fifth number 11 George Milnes. Sixth 19 Simon Nutter. Seventh 113 Ian Biswell. Eighth number 33 Paul Smythe, and ninth number 50 Phil Redfern. So Redfern gaining not really a great deal by leaving it till the end, but again nothing to gain, nothing to lose. Just ran his laps and a retirement then of Duncan Macbeth. So we'll see Macbeth drop to the B final for for the second race of our Superlites. So that's our first group of four-wheel action out of the way, and always some good racing. Those guys try really hard. Those cars are not easy to drive. And Sam Muirhead then starting off his championship campaign with a victory. Obviously the points will be calculated from their 3 races today, and then we will have a championship day presentation at the end of the day for our top 3 in each of our S6, S9 and S1000 categories. So they will be split up.
This Supermoto Academy class now is one I'm really looking forward to. There's some really quick kids here, and it's great to watch them there. They all are in the holding area.
So our Supermoto Academy class then, number 117, Reese Lennox, sitting there on what should be pole position. Austin Johnson and Charlie Cunningham will be there in front of him as well. Both those guys out in action yesterday. And so most of these guys out on, and girls, let's not forget, out on 85cc motocross converted bikes. We've got a few 4-stroke pit bikes out there, but the majority of these are 85 and 65cc bikes. And some good racing yesterday, and this is really the feeder class to get these kids who may not be wanting to do motocross or the like of that, and either road racing career, to get them onto the tarmac at an early age and enjoy a decent championship.
I think it's a really great idea to get these kids out on bikes, and it's great to see them come up through the ranks. Watching some of them are now A riders, such as Alex Mullaney, we've got Josh Jasper, Ben Bayfield. They were all racing 85s not so long ago, so it's great to see that this class does set them up for great things.
So the 117 then on pole of Reese Lennox. Austin Johnson then, number 27 on the Husqvarna. He's in second place. And like I say, I'm not sure what the age group of these is, but I think we've got, like, is it 8 to 13 or 14, I think, for the 85 class?
I think so. I think it is around that age group. I think after that they move to, a lot of them then progress to the lights class where they race 250s. There they head up through the dirt sections. The dirt sections at Three Sisters for these smaller wheels are a little bit easier compared to some of the other tracks we go to. But I don't think they'll be doing the tabletop in the middle of the track.
No, we saw earlier on in qualifying that we have a run down the what would be the left-hand side of the tabletop as we come down the second dirt section. Obviously these really small wheels don't respond well to the big kind of bumps and holes that we get. So just a few notable mentions in this one then. And from yesterday, and it's we've got a 19 rider field then, and looking at qualifying then, Reese Lennox took pole from Austin Johnson, and Charlie Cunningham third, and Cody Miskelly in fourth. So that's your front row of the grid. Liam Pearson, Jordan Thomas, Max Rhodes and Archie Ormrod and Ollie Sims will be Max Rhodes will be on row 2. Row 3, Archie Ormrod, Ollie Sims, Ruby Booth and James Crombie. And then row 4 will be Lily Rhodes, obviously the sister of Max, Rip Jennings, Tom Nutter and Archie Reynolds. And then the back row of the grid, Leon Tall, Isabel Wingate and Jackson Barrett. So qualifying then today, Lily Rhodes had a second place yesterday on the track, and obviously there was a couple of split classes yesterday, but so she's a long way from where I expected her to be in qualifying, but she rode through the field really well yesterday.
She might have just had a poor qualifying. It is a very different track layout to I think what they've ridden here before. So she might just be finding her feet, but it's great to see so many girls in this class. I think we've got, is it 3, 4? I think we've got 3, so we've got Lily, Ruby and Isabel. And I think that's really great, it's good to see.
Well, yesterday I say Lily Rhodes, she's the daughter of Paul Rhodes, one of our elite riders. He's been around the sport a long while, and both his son and daughter then out on track in this one as we wait for our starter to point at the lights. Away they go, everybody gets away, and it's a good start from third on the grid. So that looks like that was Cunningham that got the whole shot. So they go into turn one. In fact, no, it is a second place rider on the grid. That was the Husqvarna of Austin Johnson. They go up the dirt section for the first time. Everybody safely through.
Oh, we've had a faller at the back on the dirt. I think that might be Jackson Bennett.
So everybody coming down the hill for the first time past pit lane. Now race leader with us then. So it is indeed Austin Johnson that leads. Second place then Reese Lennox as Lennox shakes up to go round the outside. No way through. So Johnson then leads onto the urban cross section. He's going to come over the tabletop. These guys didn't use this yesterday. They cut through the valley. Johnson just running a little bit wide, just not clear. These guys won't clear this tabletop. It's too much of a step. As you can see, they come down the side of the tabletop and they've got to cut across those stones. Johnson then leads. Lennox there in second. They've already pulled a decent gap on the third position as they come round Luna for the first time. His 85cc two-strokes screaming away. Not a lot in top speed there. Is it going to be a pass down the inside? No. So Johnson holds him off, so that's interesting because Reese Lennox pretty much had it all his own way yesterday. And we didn't see much in the way of competition apart from the final race when Charlie Cunningham managed to get amongst it. So have you raced at 85 or did you start on the bigger bikes, Danielle?
No, I never raced an 85, so I had one from motocross which I practiced on, but I'd never raced it, so I never raced motocross before getting into Supermoto.
So change for the lead then as Lennox drops it down the inside in paddock bend and relegates Johnston to second. So they make their way into the urban cross. So will Johnson have anything for him? He tries to come down the inside. Oh, nice pass. Straight back down the inside. So Johnson having none of that. Comes straight back then at Reese Lennox. And again, they look a bit... it's very easy to look not particularly fast through that S's section, but you've got to remember they're coming off that dirt section, dirty tyres, dust all over the track, and it's really, really easy for the bike to tuck as you tip into that left-hander to come down the Rogerson straight. And I've ended up in the tyre wall there more than once myself doing exactly that. So Johnson then leads across the line yet again. He was saying you never got the chance to race an 85.
No, when I was racing, it was straight to I went straight from trying it out on a 450 and then racing 250 for a season. But no, these 85s I think are great for especially getting them to learn gears. So from 65s to 85s, learning gears and clutch control, I think that's really, really important.
So this is a good battle at the front. Johnson then making Reese Lennox do all the hard work, sending him the long way round in all of these corners. He certainly looks faster over this urban cross section, and even if it's only he runs a bit wide there, but this is what I said, if you bounce on the top of that table it does automatically send you further on in that corner, and he's run a little bit wide there into the wide loam on the outside. We saw that was a problem for a couple of guys yesterday, and Lennox is going to have another go down the inside.
A little look further back down the pack, Lily Rhodes, I just saw her make a really nice move on Archie Reynolds as she came over the mountain. I think she outbraked him into paddock bends, and a really, really nice move from her.
Yeah, she did a lot of that yesterday. She rode really well. I'm surprised that she's not further up the pack, but we'll see that. Obviously the next race start will be the finishing positions of these races. Oh, and a fall then. So our second place rider then puts it on the floor. In fact, that was...
There's Charlie Cunningham going through into second place. So
that was Johnson that tipped off. So Johnson then tipped off. It looked like Lennox had managed to make the pass on him, and Johnson just losing the front on that concrete section. He was just tipped over a little bit too far. There's a replay coming up. But, Lennox then taking the lead.
Nice shot of young Jackson Bennett. I think might be one of the youngest riders on track in this class.
Yeah, his older brother Kyle, then he will be out in, I think, out in our B class later on, and his dad will be out in the elites. So 3 of them racing out of the back of their van this weekend. But race leader then, Reece Lennox, now fairly comfortable out in front on that YZ85. Camped up next to us in the pits, and that bike sounds really nice and sweet running in the paddock. Critical to get these 2 strokes jetted absolutely perfectly to make them run strong and reliably, and spend a lot of time on wide open throttle. So Charlie Cunningham then inherits 2nd place, Austin Johnson 3rd, Jordan Thomas 4th, Byron Johnson in 5th, Ollie Simpson in 6th, and then it is Cody Miskelly, Blake Wilson, Max Rhodes in 9th, and Liam Pearson in 10th, both of those in 9th and 10th. Sons of A group riders then. Blaine Pearson, although I've not seen him out on track today, I do believe he's riding this weekend, so we'll get to see him in a later race.
Reece looks like he's making the most of this clear track he's got, as he's just put in the fastest lap of a 1:22.7, which is about almost 3 seconds faster than Charlie in 2nd. So it's looking unlikely that unless he makes a mistake, Charlie's going to be able to make that gap back up.
I'm pretty sure that Charlie Cunningham is on a 65. That looks a much smaller motor.
Yeah.
So the expectation that he's going to be able to pull that lap time out the smaller bike. In fact, this is Cunningham watching as we come off the dirt. But Cunningham very quick round the corners, so it's only a straight line speed. He's not a big lad. He did have a bike issue in race 1 yesterday, and but managed to pull a win out at the end of the day. But he's now 6 or 7 seconds adrift of our race leader. So 2 laps to go then. Lennox then well away at the front. Johnson will be glad that he's managed to get himself back up in 3rd position, because it keeps him in the hunt for the overall result at the end of the day.
It's brilliant to see the young Scott rider up in 2nd as well. I think that really highlights the Scottish Supermoto Championship and how much they've done to bring on the younger riders up there. I've been up myself, and they're really, really encouraging all these young kids to get out on bikes, giving them more training, and it's really good race experience, and it is showing.
Here's the fall that you can just see. He was a little bit wide out there on the marbles and just tried to turn in. Again, that's just a lack of rate, we'll say lack of experience. He didn't really have a lot of choice there. He'd got to make the turn, but he ran wide on the way in, and he was got a little bit too much lean angle on and washed the front out. So that was the tumble then of Austin Johnson from 2nd position. I mean, just lost the lead to this man, Reece Lennox. But yeah, as you say, the Scottish Club up there at Crail, it's a fantastic track. We'd go there 3 times a year if he wasn't so far away. But obviously it's nurturing the young Scottish Supermoto talent. And it's nice to see them making the trip down here to Three Sisters and having a go. And yeah, I've been to Crail many times. Actually did a training school there up there many years ago, and got quite a lot of guys out into the race paddock from being spectators. So really enjoyed going up there and organising that. And it is an absolutely fantastic track to ride. So it's good to see them coming down here. But the last lap then, Reece Lennox then on the 117. Comes past pit lane for the final time, and you'll notice that he's tending to ride knee down rather than the foot out style of Supermoto. But on these smaller bikes with the small wheels, it's kind of easier. The way that the bikes are set up to handle, you haven't physically got the room to ride it like you would ride a bigger bike. He pops over the tabletop for the final time, and decent lead over Cunningham then. All he's got to do is bring it home across this little bit of dirt and round Luna for the final time, and he will take another victory. Like I say, he gave one up yesterday, which I'm sure he was not particularly happy about, because he would have had the gentleman's set of fastest qualifier, fastest lap and all 3 wins, but dipped out to Cunningham at the end of the day. But he will come across the line and take victory then in race 1 of this Supermoto Academy Cup. We'll wait for our second place Charlie Cunningham to come across the line. And there he goes. And then Johnson will be a little bit further adrift. And Johnson comes across the line in 3rd, and the battle then for 4th. That should be Jordan Thomas. And Thomas comes across the line. And then a great battle then for the lower bits of the top 10. So Byron Johnson across the line in 5th, Ollie Sims in 6th, Wilson in 7th, Cody Miskelly 8th. And then we're waiting then for Archie Ormrod. He should be our 9th place finisher. Ormrod goes across the line, and 10th place then, right on the last lap then, snatched by Ruby Booth. So Ruby having a top 10. So our first then Supermoto Academy race in the books. Again, they'll get another 2 outings later on this afternoon.
Looks like our first lot of solos are getting ready in the holding area now. This should be Group C.
So Group C then. So we've had qualifying this morning where we've got, let's have a quick look, we've got 60 riders then across 3 classes, and the splits are 18, looks like 18, 18 and 24. So our C group riders then, 24 riders in Supermoto Class C. Today we've got our under 21 and over 45 categories. I think there's Robin Brown then, our pit lane manager, number 95 there of John Oakes. On the Bathmate Husqvarna, he's the team owner there. Also the 236 then of Dan Spencer. Dan been in the sport a very, very long time for a guy that's not particularly old. He started racing when I did, but he was like a 17 or 18 year old. And his other half, Hazel, part of our lap scoring crew here at Three Sisters, along with Laura Hodgson, sister of British champion Chris, who look after lap scoring duties for us. So pole position then for this C group race will be the number 38 of Dean Wadgy Smith, who's the surveyor from down south on the Humber Garage Racing Honda. He just took victory in one of our C-Class races yesterday. Second place on the grid will be the number 95 of John Oakes. Third place the 236 of Dan Spencer, and the 67 300cc KTM of Stephen Gallimore.
Looking at this grid, these were all guys I was racing yesterday, so we were sort of mid to the back of the bees yesterday, so it does show that this Sunday's class of racing is always that little bit quicker.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously today the full British Championship schedule. Yesterday is what we call our national championship. It's rather than have a day of practice and stuff, we get to the track, we do a couple of sessions and we race, because that's what we come to do. And we have a separate championship for Saturday, and some guys just come and enjoy the laid back Saturday atmosphere and enjoy the races. Other guys keep their powder dry for Sunday. And obviously what we see in the top classes is that there will be guys who will be using Saturday for testing, getting themselves set up for racing on Sunday. And as Danielle said, she was out yesterday running very, very well in the B group, and certainly having some good battles, putting in some pretty decent lap times. But Dean Smith then, he won one of our C group races yesterday and moved up to B group, and put himself in quite a good position in one of those, as they're out on their sighting lap now, just checking out the conditions of the track. So obviously we've had our kids race, our academy race just on track previously, and before that the Superlite. So they do tend to dig out the holes a little bit, and also you get the stones moving around in the transitions. So really it's just about finding out. What I tend to do on these sight laps, and always used to do was to go and see where I could go that nobody else was going to go, especially on the opening laps. If you were starting further down the grid, kind of run wide in this turn and kind of take this line and kind of do that. Just places where you're going to jump past people in the opening laps, especially if, like up on the off-road section, there's a little bit of queuing going on, people trying to get on and off the dirt, you know, running around the outside. We saw people do that with a lot of success yesterday down that hill, using a line that only ever worked on the first lap. So on these guys on their out lap will be looking at things like that. But Smith then comes to the start line, puts on his start device then, as per most of the motocross guys these days, just a little lockout device on the front fork that holds the front suspension in a compressed state. One of those things that you think does nothing until you forget to put it on, and then you realise that it actually does quite a lot.
Yep, I know that one from experience. Even though I am the human version of anti-wheelie, a start line is always where you don't want one.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember going back a race a few years ago, sitting on the grid, and the girl next to me was too small to be able to put her own start device on. So I got off and clicked her start device on for her, and then she promptly beat me. But she's the sister of Laura Holbacher, Lucas Holbacher. So it's Laura Holbacher, a German rider, and yeah, she promptly fought the Austrians. So here we go then. Oh, good start from Smith. Looks like he's going to nail the whole shot. John Oates there in second. Spencer then in third, and it looked like it was indeed Gallimore that's held fourth as they go up the off-road section for the first time. Everybody's going to look tentative up here because it really is slippy, but everybody looks safely through as they make their way over Coward Summit for the first time. Past the pit lane then, and it is Dean Wadgy Smith on Number Garage Racing Honda. Into Paddock Bend, and out Oakes there in second, Spencer in third. It's fair to say that Yamaha of Spencer's is not in the flush of youth. It's a good bike, well prepared, but it's not the I've got a feeling it might be a 2010. I know that he's had it a long while, and he's got a smattering of bikes, obviously working on the age-old adage that the number of bikes you need to own is N+1, where N is the number that you already have. I know he's got a bit of a stable, but Wadgy Smith then away at the front in this one. Oakes still there in second.
Keeping an eye on Dan sat there in third. It looks like he's getting a little bit of pressure from Stephen Gallimore there on that two-stroke.
So I believe that two-stroke that Gallimore on was built by a good friend of mine, Chris Cooper, who looks after all of my welding needs, amongst other things.
It was actually my old 350.
So
that's what it started life as.
So it was. So I am correct in that. Yep. So not only is this bike of Cooper's out in this race, the one that David Blank's raced yesterday was also one of Cooper's bikes from a couple of years ago. So yeah, I'll tell him that at work tomorrow if he's back in from his mountain biking accident. But that bike of Gallimore's then 302 stroke. I've been racing those myself for quite a while, but obviously usually on the TMs, and they are a lovely nimble bit of kit. They only really lose out down the straight here at Three Sisters, and Gallimore then acquitted himself pretty well yesterday. But then race leader Smith looks like he's made a bit of a mistake. Spencer's up to second. Looks like John Oakes has got a problem. Oakes looks like he's got a puncture. Just pointed down at the rear of the bike there. Or whether he just had something with his hand. I don't know whether you saw that there, Danielle, but he just looked like he signalled as he came off the off-road.
Yeah, after riding with Jono at the warm-up round, he had some issues with his brakes as well, and he was getting cramping in his hands, so there's a couple of things it could be, but we'll see if he carries on.
Well, we're only a few laps down. I wouldn't expect it to be anything physical. But there's Gallimore then. So Spencer in second, so as it stands at the moment then, young Dan, who's not young anymore, he's into his 30s, bless him, but again, been around the sport a long while, a good competitor, decent rider. He's starting to close down on the number 38 of Dean Smith. That's 2 seconds. Now let's remember, he doesn't need to go mad. All he needs to do is not finish third. And Gallimore then, he went up into the C group with Smith in the first race yesterday, and we'll be looking at doing a repeat, but Dan having a good run.
A little bit further down the pack, it looked like Luke Hutchinson's trying to get past Riley Richins. Got really, really close into paddock bends, but just couldn't quite make a move stick.
Good to see Riley back out there racing. But Dean Smith then still head of the field with 5 laps to go. .4 the gap. Gallimore not able to close up really. Spencer then, lovely line there. You see how he came out of that turn, made the turn nice and tight on the tarmac so that he was perfectly upright as he went up the stones. Also made the corner at the top a much easier entry by being on the left hand side of the track rather than over on the right, and he is looking quite racy, and that gap is coming down. Meanwhile, battle here, that's the 56 with Hutchinson, as you said. So Hutchinson then all over the back of Richins, but again, so difficult. You've got to make full commitment.
Different riding styles as well. So Riley there with the more typical Supermoto riding style with leg out, whereas Luke going for the knee down option. I would assume that Riley's probably going to maintain this gap through the dirt. I feel like that might be where Luke's losing a bit of time. Yeah. So
you can see, and again, this is always the thing with Supermoto guys. You can see the guys who've got the motocross skills. The only thing you really have to do is not fall off in the dirt, but you can see straight away that gap has gone from being 5 or 6 bike lengths as they came off the dirt to literally nothing as they find their way onto the start finish straight with 4 to go. Smith and Spencer then 4 seconds clear. Gallimore then a clear 3rd. This is the battle for 4th.
Really close to him there coming off the dirt, but again couldn't make a move. Oh, it looks like Dan is all over the back of Dean now.
He is, and Dean will be feeling the pressure. He did say yesterday that he started to get a bit tired. I know that he's enjoying that Honda this year. Said the bike's really good. We've got a back marker in the way, so is this going to cause problems? In fact it does, but it slows both of them up. Oh, Dan then properly done over by that back marker. Still not managed to get by, and that's cost him 5 seconds. But again, this is why Dan is an old wise racer, because other people would have tried to make a pass there where it wasn't on, run into the deep stones, took the front and ended up not making the cut. So I think he's more interested in making the B final than he is in taking race victory in this C final. But they're all sitting that back marker up as well. It always looks a lot worse from the side than it does from behind the handlebars. But Smith then been well and truly let off the hook, but you'd say that he made that opportunity by just being aggressive himself, making sure that he'd got some room to get by that back marker at the as they came into the off-road section, but he's now pretty much got the length of the front straight with just a couple of laps to go. And I think even if Dan Spencer properly gets his finger out for the next 2 laps, I just think he's going to run out of time. Gallimore then 6 seconds adrift, and Smith then again this off-road section, this urban cross, if you're not going to get perfectly onto that downslope, you've got to commit to landing fully on the top. Otherwise it bounces you down the other side, you run wide at the very, very least, and if you get it properly wrong, you end up tucking the front on the brakes as you go into that left-hander and ended up on your ear. Don't ask me how I know that, but trust me, I've had it happen more than once. And like I say, that jump designed to be used the other way initially, but again it adds an interesting twist to the track, I think. Spencer then.
Dan looks to be about a second a lap quicker than Dean at the minute. on last laps, Dean did a 122.2, whereas Dan did a 120.8. So he might be able to close that gap, but closing the gap and actually making a move are two very different things.
Coming down from Coward Summit then, as I said before, one of the nicest bits of track that there is. Get the impression of speed right over on the side of the tyre as well.
Looks like Jono did retire. You can see him sat up on the mountain section out of the way.
So that looks like so that was a bit of tough luck for him. So he'll be starting from the back of the grid in the next one with that on that Bathmate Honda. A race leader then already off the dirt, and this is where Dan got a little bit done over by that back marker. But in fairness to the back marker, he held his ground. He just did what you want back markers to do, which is just stay where you are. There's not. The only thing worse than getting stuck behind one is getting taken out by somebody that's trying to get out of your way, and it really is on the chasing rider to make his way past. And obviously Wadgy Smith then managed to nip by just on the entry to that dirt section, and it is very, very, even though the track looks wide, there is only one very narrow racing line through that little bit of track. So he goes down literally just behind the bank, down through the Joey Dunlop corner there, and then along the pit straight into Paddock Bend for the final time. So part of the Humber Garage Racing team.
Oh, Luke again trying to get up the inside of Riley into Paddock Bend. Oh.
Teammate of Jay Smith, and again been riding a few years. Just over the tabletop nice and gently. Dan's still 2.6 behind, not going to trouble him. So Smith will take his second victory of the weekend, first one of today. But again, you always feel like if it had just been that little bit quicker, I'd have been in the B's already. But always nice to take a checkered flag. You never forget, two things you never forget is your first race win and your last race win, and the idea is to make them not be the same thing. So victory then for Dean Wadgy Smith. From Dan Spencer, Stephen Gallimore then takes third. Spencer and Smith will move up to our B group for the next one. Richings does indeed hold on to fourth place from Luke Hutchinson, having fought hard for that for the whole race. Then it's the 111 of Duncan Wright. The 791 of Automotive Solutions does give Pete Rogers. And we wait for 8th place to come across the line, which should be the 351 of Rick Owen, which it is. Mark Adamson and Sean Jones will round out your top 10. So Supermoto then Group C. That's all done.
Our B group riders are filling up the holding area now. Looks like they're nearly all there.
So it is, as I said earlier on, it's virtually perfect racing conditions. Track temperature is warm enough. We don't want. Obviously, it's nice. You get to a position with this. I don't know whether you're in the situation yet where you're worrying too much about tyre compound with rear slicks, or are you just happy to put in the best one that you've got?
Well, at the minute, I'm running a scrub that was someone else's that got a puncture because I still run tubes.
Oh right, okay, so that's cool.
But last summer, when we were here, it was just before we went over to Belgium, before I raced in the TM Ladies Challenge.
Yeah.
I ran a Michelin all day on the Saturday and decided to race the Sunday on an old Metzeler scrub from Jay Smith, and I could not believe the difference it made. Going around Luna, especially in that heat we had last summer, it didn't move once. I was really, really surprised in comparison to the Michelin I've been running all year. It made a massive difference, and I think a few of the riders yesterday, so I think Sharpie put on new Metzelers for that final race that he won yesterday. I think also so did Chris. So if Chris hadn't had his little wobble yesterday in that final race, he was happy with them new tyres. So I think their Metzlers are working really, really well in the hotter track temperatures over here.
I mean, the thing is, I was always a man that was like I tended to run Dunlops for no other reason that I felt that it took me long enough to get used to them to not want to change, and then obviously we then switched to Bridgestone. Bridgestone became a supplier for the championship, and Bridgestone tyres were really great, and then we went to race abroad and we started to basically got easier to get Michelin supply, and now obviously Metzler came on board and they've done a lot of stuff in Germany with Mark Reiner Schmidt, and those tyres have obviously come on a lot. So I think that there are certain conditions where every tyre is the best tyre to be on, and it's just having enough of them around you and being happy to swap from one to the other. And I think what tends to happen is that most of these guys, and myself included, don't like to switch tyre brands from a feel point of view. Certainly if they're doing it mid-race, midway through a race day. So it's a brave man to decide to throw something in different for the final race of the day. But we do know, like I say, there was a couple of people that did do that. But our B group riders then, they're out on their sight lap, and on the pole position then will be the 155 of Chris Walker on the Tripz.co KTM. Second then the 666 of Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, and third the 125 of Dean Wingate on the RWJ Husqvarna. So Wingate and Paul Rhodes our team. Now Rhodes making the cut. He was the last guy to make the cut.
There's Harley putting on his Cellar hole shot. So that's one where you can just turn it, push the forks down, and it'll lock it in place for you. So you don't actually need anyone to help you with that.
Right, I did not know that. Every day's a school day. So yesterday we saw Harley Sharp number 817 take our B final victory, and then Dad Richard Sharp took victory in our A final yesterday, so he'll be looking at trying to do a repeat of that one. But Harley then he's down on about row 5 of this one. So Walker, Pennington, Wingate front row, Kyle Eccleston, James Sherwood and the 944 and Mark Stevens row 2. And then we'll have Paul Groom, James Wood, Harley Sharp, Chris Lambourne as we wait for the lights to change. Away they go, and it's a good start from Wingate then. But it looks like second place man took the whole shot. And looks like it was Pennington on the 666. As they go up there, it is indeed the 666 of Darryl Pennington that leads. Walker there in second on the 155 KTM. As they go across Coward Summit for the first time and drop down the hill towards pit lane. So Pennington then found his way into the A group yesterday at the second attempt and made the A final. He's looking at wanting to do it at the first attempt today. So Pennington then from Wingate from the 133.
We have a good little
Sherwood
gang of Bathnate riders there in the middle.
So over the tabletop for the first time, you can just see then the Chris Walker just clipping that really nicely, just using that to scrub the speed off. So whether Walker will have the speed for Pennington. Walker then, he was a top line guy a few years ago in the elite class and stepped away from the sport for a while, and then did a couple of races last year and has come back this year all kitted up, new bikes and a nice truck and everything. He's company director running amongst other things a motorhome hire company called Tripz, which allows you to do short-term rentals and long-term rentals of motorhomes. A couple of those already in the paddock. But Pennington then from Walker. That's the Wingate dropped to 4th then, so that's where that happened. So 133 of Sherwood then up to 3rd, Wingate 4th, Eccleston number 255 5th, and the teammate then of Walker, Paul Groom, in 6th as they make their way around Paddock Bend. So Pennington then still at the front. Wingate trying to make a move around the outside, just in the background there, but Walker still right there. Again, just trying to get the bike squared into this off-road section. Walker getting a nice run through there. They come through the S's. Oh, just a little bit of rear end movement there for Pennington. Short shifts third to fourth. And they'll try and drag out onto the back straight. Just moves across to block the run and Walker down the inside, but Walker not close enough. You saw this a couple of times yesterday, Daniel, where riders tried to close off a move and left one way and left himself open the other. Walker just trying to shape up a move down the inside and not quite close enough. And Pennington very fast down the hill. But he's just making himself nice and wide. Sherwood and Wingate then bar to bar, third and fourth. But Walker then a little bit quicker through this area. Pennington knows that Walker's there, just riding a little bit defensively. But it is a 6-rider train with Eccleston and Groom not far behind. All 6 riders in shot there. You
can see Walker trying to go a little bit wider there, maybe, to see if there's a gap over that tabletop, but it is only quite narrow.
There's not a lot to be gained there, but an awful lot to be lost. But Walker just having a little bit of a slide there mid-turn, and that can make a massive difference to your run onto the straight and your ultimate top speed. So 6 laps to go then. The 666 of Pennington on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna.
Chris Walker does currently have the fastest lap time as well. It isn't by much, but it does make you wonder, is he possibly being held up by Darrell there? Would he be able to maybe gap him if he got by? Front wheel up there from Darrell.
Yeah, I think that they're just they're literally just swapping out there a little bit at a time. But Chris is keeping him honest, and the battle there for third. Then Wingate trying to find a way up the inside of James Sherwood on the 133. And you see there, neither of those guys going for the tabletop, so but they're hugging the inside line, getting the bike stopped nice and early. So Eccleston then on the back of those, they've dropped Paul Groom on the 130-38. So he's definitely not going to be part of this one. Eccleston was basically charging all day yesterday, coming from the back.
Great to see Luca Jennings doing so well, currently sitting in 13th. He did, I think, maybe 1 round last year, and has come here as a novice, and he's currently sat 13th, so he's riding brilliantly today.
Yeah, I think he was pretty decent at Cadwell at the end of last year. But Pennington then over Coward Summit with 5 to go, and again, difficult to explain how difficult that corner is at the bottom of the hill. You're leaning on the front tyre an awful lot, and you always feel that when you're coming down the hill you're going too fast, and the instant you come out the corner at the bottom you feel like you could have got into it 5 miles an hour faster. But it's certainly one of the most iconic corners on the British Supermoto calendar, along with Luna at the other end of the track, one that I always enjoyed riding. And a few overtakes down there back in the day. But Walker then still not letting Pennington get away.
Both of them at the front have picked up the pace now, both doing 116s. So maybe the track's improving slightly. Thinking some of those marbles on the dirt section coming off to go towards the mountain might be clearing after the Superlites from this morning.
Yeah, definitely. So it is typical to see the lap times tumble through the day. You see Walker then going up the left-hand side, he'll square back off up the inside, but the track just not wide enough there. As he comes out onto that tarmac, there will be a few stones on the inside stopping him getting properly on the gas. But I say the 3rd and 4th place battle is not a long way back. So if these guys start falling out with each other, Sherwood has actually broken free from Dean Wingate just a little on that lap. So Eccleston's still there in the background as well as they flash past the camera. So is Walker going to have a bit of a Hail Mary down the inside, or is he happy to sit there in second? See, a little bit of a mistake there. Walker gets more air, but it doesn't seem to gain him any time. So 3 laps to go then. Walker's still not able to find a way past.
Looks like a little bit further back. Kyle Eccleston's trying to get past Dean Wingate as well.
So a great battle there for third. Our director picks that up excellently. So Eccleston then with the luminous green helmet, yellow helmet there in 5th position. Just trying to make his way past Dean Wingate. And Dean, he's runs a roofing business. Also got a daughter that rides in our academy class. Oh, he's made a mistake there, nearly ran into the back of Sherwood. Eccleston pounces, takes the place. So that's why you've got to be there. It doesn't take much of a mistake. Wingate will have thought that he was going straight in the bushes then, because believe you me, you're on the brakes really hard into that corner. And when you get it wrong, you run out of space really quickly.
Kyle looks like he's all over the back of James Sherwood there, so see if he can maybe make a move going around Luna.
Sherwood just runs a little bit wider, that'll give him a better run. Eccleston was quick down here yesterday, and but he is a big guy. He's pushing 6 foot, I would imagine. Plenty of muscle on him as well, so Sherwood looks a little bit on the lighter side. And that will help top speed. Wingate still, again, that's the thing that Walker was trying not to do in his chase of Pennington, just took the front. But that battle now has moved 2 seconds clear of these guys in 3rd and 4th. Eccleston then, with just a couple of laps to go. Now, he will know that anything can happen in this one, because he was in a good qualifying position yesterday before he got caught up in somebody else's accident and ended up dropping to 5th. So he won't give this one up. That area of the track a lot more grip yesterday.
There he is.
Pass down the inside, so Eccleston then makes the pass for 3rd. Does he get on the gas? He does, so good pass then for Eccleston. Set that up, got himself off the dirt really well. Set that up going into the corner by getting the bike upright. As they came off the tarmac, got the drive over the jump. He's going to run out of time to catch our race leaders. But Eccleston then moves from 5th to 3rd in just a couple of laps. The Mathematicus Farmer rider then will, if he ends up finishing 3rd, that will stick him on pole position for the next race. And you'd have to say that you'd like to think he wouldn't give that one up, but we saw stranger things happen. But Pennington then our race leader on the final lap. So Automotive Solutions, team boss Paul Reynolds then, sponsor of that team, multiple riders in there, Chris Hodgson, Craig Forshaw, who will also be in our elite race coming up after this one. They're northern-based BMW specialists.
We've got Jake Bunting off, which is for the waved yellows after this middle dirt section, so Chris won't be able to make a pass in this section.
So yeah, wave yellows through this, so rider off to the side of the circuit. Gone off good and proper there, because he's not even in shot. But again, that area of the circuit, as I mentioned earlier on, you're coming off the transition from the tarmac to the from the dirt to the tarmac. There's a checkered flags out then for Darrell Pennington, and it looks like Bunting's taking a bit of a digger there, but obviously covered under yellow flags. So Pennington will take race victory from the 155 Chris Walker. 255 Kyle Eccleston will take 3rd. Sherwood 133 4th. 5th number 125 Dean Wingate. 6th 138 Paul Groom. 7th 817 Harley Sharp. 8th 82 James Wood. 9th Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds, and 10th place all the way from the Isle of Sheppey, Chris Lambourne on his Husky. So our B group, Supermoto B, race 1 of the day done, and a decent race it was. Pennington then, again, he's a guy that it really just depends on what the split is on the entry. If we'd have had probably another 6 or 8 or 10 riders, we'd have ended up with maybe a split at 20 or 22. These guys fast enough to be in the A group by time, but it literally is only a couple of tenths that separate them making the cut or not. And then obviously you then have to go through the pain of racing your way into the A group, which is what we see now in our holding area, the 100 of Alex Mullaney, the youngster then. A classic example of what the Supermoto Academy class can do, Danielle.
It's brilliant to see how much Alex has progressed, especially with that help of Chris Hodgson. He sort of took him under his wing and he's helped him a lot. I think coming from riding an 85 to then progressing onto his 250 where he won the Lights Championship. I think it's been really great to see him now progress to a 450 and be really pushing up at the front end of this A class. He won the Clubman Championship and the under-21s last year as well. So I think he's progressed now to being a full-fledged elite rider.
Yeah, a comment I made yesterday, and obviously I always mockingly refer to him as them pesky kids because as an older rider, when I first started, you'd got the likes of Chris Hodgson coming through as a 17 and 18-year-old, and Hodgson then team leader for that Automotive Solutions team. 35 years of age now, and sitting on pole, 17 times a British champion in the various days of championship, obviously Saturday and Sunday championships, but the British Championship, nobody holds more than he does. Also an Australian champion, and he went out to Australia and had a bit of a run out there and won their series, and he will sit there on pole. The Londoner then, Jay Smith, he sits there second. Jay Smith then company director from down in Ashford in Kent. He is, I won't say he's a professional bridesmaid because that's really harsh, good mate of mine, Jay Smith, but he's finished second in this championship so many times, and as we've seen, he's pushed Chris Hodgson and also Jamie Duncan and also Richard Blakeman. Everybody who's won this championship has had to win it by having to go bar to bar with Jay Smith for a whole season, and the number of times that we've seen Jay take it to the last race and give it everything that he's got to come up a point or two short. Last year we saw him it all started badly here for him at the start of the season, and he was playing catch up the whole year and got himself into a position at the final round where he was still able to challenge for the championship and take it to the final race. But I know, talking to Steve Ellis, the Humber Garage racing boss, last night, they've been working really hard trying to get that 2023 Honda dialed in, but went back to Jay's older bike yesterday, and I would imagine that I think that they're out there on the bike that he rode most of last year, which is the ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt Honda, which is very, very well sorted, and if he's out on that and he's got his head on the right way round, nobody rides harder than Jay Smith. So he's going to have something to say about this. He had a couple of lacklustre races yesterday and then came alive in the second one. Richard Sharp was actually absolutely on fire yesterday as well, as the last few riders come to the line.
Again, I think it'd be interesting to find out what sort of tyres these guys are running. Are they all sticking with a Michelin, or are they trying a Metzeler for today?
I think yeah, it's going to be difficult. Obviously, we've no way of knowing unless one of us has a run around the paddock after this and finds out. But yeah, certainly fair to say that I know that you suggested earlier Richard Sharp switched to a Metzeler for the final race of the day. And the guys there just see Chris Hodgson leaning the bike over then to get as much oil round the clutch as he possibly can. Something that helps them get off the line, stops the clutch grabbing. So Hodgson from Smith on the front row of the grid as we wait for the lights to change. Away they go. It looks like it might be Smith that's got the whole shot as they go into turn one. Can he get across the front of Hodgson? No, Hodgson runs him wide. Who's there in third position? That's Sharpie sidewards.
Dean Hillier taking a wide line. That was a really good move from Dean Hillier there.
As I said to you then, the opening lap, that's the time that you need to have something up your sleeve, but Hodgson then backs it in at the end, coming down the hill from Smith, from Sharp in third. That's pit lane for the first time. Jamie Duncan got swallowed up then, he's back in 7th or 8th.
Eastwood going a bit wide there into pit lane bend there. I don't think he lost the position there, luckily.
So Hodgson leads then, pops over the tabletop. These guys are just trying to get that inch perfect. You just clip the top very slightly, kind of wheel tap it. But Smith then, right on the back of the current reigning British champion, Chris Hodgson, on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. The Humber Garage Racing Honda of Smith second, but Bathmate Husqvarna of Richard Sharp third. There's our race winner from yesterday, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions KTM. He was the class of the field yesterday, but having a bit of a mare today.
Definitely not had a good start there for Jamie after sitting, I think it was P3 on the grid, and now being way back in the pack there, so he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to these two boys that are, I assume, going to try and pull away from everyone else.
Your call on Dean Hillier, absolutely bang on, 11th on the grid up to 5th, so the man from Bournemouth recently had an addition to his brood, and the birth of his 5th daughter just a few weeks ago. I've been racing with Dean a long while myself. He's runs a skip hire company and stuff down there in the south of England, and up there in 5th position. He's a rider that tends to spend quite a lot of time racing in the French and Belgian and Dutch championships, with him being domiciled down there on the south coast. So we've seen him quite a lot over in the Belgian stuff that we've done. So a good ride then from Hillier in 5th, but it is currently Chris Hodgson. That red number 1 plate denotes that he is the reigning champion. He'll hold that red plate for at least today. We'll go to whether they do that, whether the red plate is to the championship leader, we'll find that out at round 2. But Smith then still keeping him honest. Sharpie there, Richard Sharp in 3rd. Smith getting a big kick off that bump. It's fair to say that I think Jay Smith has either sorted out his number 1 bike or has reverted back to the X-Mark Reiner Schmidt. So I think that might be a 2021 bike. And he is certainly putting the pressure on Chris Hodgson. This 12-lap race will go in a flash, 8 to go. Sharp then sitting there in 3rd. A little bit of a gap back to Richard Blakeman. The rest of the field then starting to spread out. Jamie Duncan then not able to get past Alex Mullaney or Dean Hillier. Yeah, you can see how planted. This is where Jay said he was struggling on the other bike, just didn't feel like he could get the drive out onto the straight. But certainly got Hodgson in his sights as they come to the dirt section for the 5th time. And Richard Sharp backing up his form from yesterday. Certainly not letting these guys off the hook. I say Blakeman there in 4th. Then it's Mullaney, Hillier and Duncan, and then a gap back to Eastwood and Josh Jasper. But Smith then, the demeanour of the Londoner, long hair out the back of his helmet, absolutely inch perfect over the table that time. Danielle absolutely nailed that down slope.
Jay's currently got the fastest lap time out there with a 1:11.3, so he really is keeping Chris Hodgson honest. Any slight mistake, I feel like Jay's in the perfect position to take the lead.
But the thing, I mean, say with Chris Hodgson, he's the kind of guy that doesn't make mistakes. You saw him yesterday have a little tip off in the tarmac dirt section, in that Irving cross section, just got it a little bit wrong and down he went. And that kind of opened the door for Richard Sharp a little bit. But he is one of the most experienced riders in the field, Hodgson. You can see that massive hole digging out now. Our marshals then filling that in normally between races, so that will be digging out
it looks
as this race goes on.
It looks like Alex Mullaney and Jamie Duncan have got past Dean Hillier, so Dean's dropped back ever so slightly, but now it's Alex that Jamie needs to get past if he wants a chance at trying to get up to Richard Blakeman and Richard Sharp. I'm not sure where they made that move, possibly Luna.
So just trying now, dropping off the 217 Bathmate Husky and Richard Sharp then. So it's a 2-rider battle at the front. Jay Smith then, all over the back of Hodgson. They make their way into Luna. Managed to go a few words with these guys last night in the paddock. And both of them were confident of a win, but also acknowledged that the level of competition meant that it wasn't going to be easy. Jay was pretty good. He just said that, well, if I can get my head together and get everything sorted out in practice tomorrow, if I don't win it, I'll be close. And he's certainly looking close at the moment. But Chris Hodgson then, just a couple attempts up.
He's taken back that fastest lap, so Chris has done a 1:11.1, which is about 2/10 quicker than Jay's fastest. So that explains that gap sort of opening up a little bit there, but there's nothing in it.
So Hodgson then just a little, just clipping nicely on the top of that jump.
We had nearly three wide round paddock bend there with Dean Hillier, Chris Eastwood and Josh Jasper. It looks like Eastwood's got past Hillier. I'm wondering if Josh Jasper's made a mistake. He's dropped back to that group just behind him now.
Well, they're the guys that are in our under-21 championship. Josh Jasper and Alex Mullaney. But Hodgson then manages to skirt the inside of that big bump. And Smith tries he can, just can't get on the gas quick enough to close the gap down with 4 to go. And this first British Supermoto Championship elite race. Richard Sharp still there, clearing third. And there's the battle then. So indeed Duncan then on the back of Mullaney, and they are closing in on Blakeman. But Duncan will you've ruined that start off the front row, and obviously it'll put him on the second row for the second race today. So it's not going to get any easier for the Scotsman. And runs a very, very nice engineering company up there in Scotland with his dad, and they've got some seriously good machinery up there for making all sorts of things. His latest thing is the pinned brand of downhill mountain bike pedals and cranksets, which are taking off pretty well. As an engineer myself, I can see the quality in them, and I've watched the way that they get them made, and top draw stuff, top line manufacturing methods, and lots of nice little bits and bobs on that KTM of Duncan's. Contract Solutions, Trevor Pope Racing, and Duncan then trying everything he can to get past Mullaney as they come down onto the pit straight. But the 16-year-old is getting again, he's probably grown a foot in the last 12 months, but his technique was always good, and he is a legitimate front runner in his own right now. You can't, even though he's in the under-21 class, he represented the UK, the junior category of the Supermoto of Nations. But he's very much classed as one of the top guys, and he is going to be for some time. But he's getting all sorts of pressure then from the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Blakeman then just in front of him, Richard Blakeman, the tree surgeon. He's just eking away. Former champion Blakeman had a year off, and then came back to the sport last year and had a resurgent year last year, and back on it again this year. Showed his speed yesterday and again today with a solid 4th. It is Duncan then all over the back of Mullaney.
It looks like Blaine Pearson's having a bit of a mare in that middle dirt section. He's just struggled to get up that centre tabletop, so he's lost a lot of time there.
So yeah, Pearson, Sheen's one of the guys down the back end of this field, but make no mistake, every single one of these riders in this elite class would hold their own in any race in the any championship around Europe. But Hodgson then, with 2 to go, now starting to ease away from Jay Smith. Gap's gone out to just over a second. It's safe to say that Jay Smith never settles for anything, but he'll take second place today and maybe think about coming back with something a little bit different for race 2. He was unlucky not to get the start, but Odgie then, not sure whether he's up the pace at all. Looks like he's just taking a few bike lengths here and there, which is all it takes to ease away. And once you break the spirit of the chasing guy, it is difficult for them to come back. As we can see in the shot there, no sign of Smith. He is there though, but he'll know that he's got a decent advantage over the 217 of Richard Sharp, who again has ridden a really good race in third.
This battle for fourth is still just a small train from Richard Blakeman, Alex Mullaney and Jamie Duncan. It takes one mistake and Jamie could be up to 4th place, but
we'll keep an eye on that one as they come across the line. But it is going to be Chris Hodgson then, has a look over his shoulder, takes a look round the final time round Luna. Whether we'll get a wheelie out of Chris, I think we're going to. But he'll take a wheelie victory, and Smith will take a good second. Richard Sharp then will take 3rd. 4th will go to Blakeman, 5th to Mullaney, and 6th to Jamie Duncan. Seventh place will be Chris Eastwood, so he came through managing to overtake Dean Hillier. Good ride from Dean Hillier in 8th, Josh Jasper in 9th, and 10th place Peter Bennett.
In this race we also had the subclass of the Clubmans. So in that it was a win for Oliver Holmes, 2nd was Jack Nation, and 3rd Ian Bremner, with 4th going to Seth Gibson, another one of our under 21 riders. It looks like we see Andy Mitchell here pushing back his TM, so I don't know what's happened there, but it looks like he's possibly had a mechanical. Oh, the handguard's down, so I'm going to assume he's probably had an off. It's a shame for the vet rider.
So Andy Mitchell then. So yeah, Andy then pushing back in. I called him the godfather of Supermoto earlier on, and Andy Mitchell, 54 years young, sorry. Multiple Eurosport champion 2005, 2006. So he's had an off, but here we'll see then. Highlights of race 1. A Mullaney and Duncan battle. Okay, welcome back then to Three Sisters here in Ashton-in-Makerfield near Wigan for round one of the British Supermoto and Superlite Championship. We've just had our very short lunch break to give our marshals and officials a little bit of a break, and we are underway with Group 2 of our races. Superlite Group B then already off on their sight lap. We saw them race earlier on today. So looking at what we've got here then, Superlites, we will see Phil Redfern and Duncan Macbeth on the front row of the grid with Mark Richardson. Those guys came down from the A group, and Macbeth was a DNF in that first one, in that new S10 buggy. Obviously just ironing the kinks out of that one, and had a problem. We'll see if it's something terminal. No, it does look like he is out there on circuit in second position. So we saw Redfern then, the number 50, not take the Joker lane until really, really late in the race, Danielle, and when that was a bit of a surprise, and it didn't really pay off for him.
It didn't. It looked like he slotted back in just where he left, which was unfortunate. I think he was still around 10th in that A race, so he might try a different strategy today on this race. Might try play his joker a bit sooner, might follow some other drivers through. We'll see what happens with Phil there.
Okay then, so drivers coming round on their final approach to the line for their second race of the day. As I said before, we have 2 up and 2 down. So Dave Milnes and Jeff Wilkes, who won our first B race, will be moving up to the A's which follow this one. And we'll just wait for our starter to give the all clear. I would expect that Duncan Macbeth is going to run and hide at the front of this one. He's a 7-time champion, as we said earlier on, so he's to see him in this B race. Although it's not unusual, again, the format that they run like this, it means that guys who have issues, you know, it puts as much emphasis on reliability. A little bit of creeping from Redfern there, but Macbeth then gets away. Oh, so the 17, absolutely terrible there.
Another. He likes making it hard work for himself, it seems.
So I'm not sure what Richardson, I think he's in the 600, so you just see loads of them cutting through and taking the joker lane. We will follow, at the moment we're following the race leaders down, which will be Macbeth, but the guys who've all taken the joker lane will come across the line first. So our camera crew then picking that up. It's hard enough as it is without half the track, half the field doing the first half lap, but it does add a little bit of interest to this. You could argue the point that maybe there's something that we could do that with the solos, but across the line for the first time, we've got to change the lead. Then there's a dive down the inside. So James Lewis then takes over from Ivan Taylor at the front.
Also looks like we don't have Mark Rushton on the grid. That must have been a terminal issue if he hasn't made it out for this next one.
So Macbeth has snuck through, and it looks like he's taken the joker lane, and he is a mile clear. So it is going to take a few laps for this one to wind out. So the battle that we're looking at now is actually going to be the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. They make their way through Luna. Like I say, these cars are fixed rear axle, but you've got to get that inside wheel off the ground to get the things to turn. But Macbeth has gone across the line as the leader, and Lewis then now back to second. So Macbeth has a 6-second lead at the front as we watch the battle for second between Lewis, Taylor and Derek Warren go across the top of Coward Summit. Another driver then cutting across the front as he comes out in front. So that's the 17 of Richardson. So after that, this is a 600 that I think he's in, Richardson. No, S900 for Richardson. So maybe he's just got a bit of a clutch issue with that car and not able to get it off the start. But we pick up then race leader Duncan Macbeth in the 150, who made that joker lane. Oh, you can see that massive hole at the top of the dirt section there, Danielle. If you watch that next time they go up there, you can't quite see it in the dust, but you see that dark line across the top. That is a really big hole there now.
That'll be really, really difficult for the solos, and especially those academy riders we'll have later with them small wheels. I think that'll be quite challenging for them.
So Macbeth leads then into Luna, but the battle then second is a 4-driver battle between Richardson, Lewis, Taylor and Derek Warren. Macbeth then 41.57, obviously the fast lap. Here's the battle further down the field. They come across the line, so the 17 of Richardson at the front of that one. Then it's going to be the 47 of Gordon Knox.
Duncan with nearly a 10-second gap between him and Mark Richardson in second. So it really is all his to lose.
to be fair to, like I say, Macbeth, 7 times champion in this category, so expecting him to not be at the front of this second B group race. It'd be interesting to know what the issue was with that car, but whatever it was, they managed to get it fixed. And Richardson recovering well, because, like we say, he got absolutely swamped off the line again. Don't think that. I think this is only his. Yeah, he's been runner-up 4 times in this championship. Just looking at my hastily written notes from this morning, and so again, I think I've seen him in the A group more than once on other races that I've commentated on. But Macbeth then, as we suggested, running and hiding at the front. Richardson now got 2.7 over the battle between Gordon Knox in the 47 and James Lewis in the 9, and they're still pretty tight. And then most of these guys, I think, in the S900 class.
Looking at these lap times, it's looking like Ivan Taylor, Mark Trickett and Mark Bates are the only drivers to have not taken their Joker lap yet.
So we've still got a couple of guys who've got that up there, up the sleeves. But it does make it a little bit of a different thing. Obviously, all of these guys in this 5-driver battle now, you'd have to say if you hadn't taken your Joker lap, you'd want to do that fairly quickly. But for anybody else who's got it up their sleeve, it's going to be interesting to see where they slot in. But I can't see that anybody's going to be able to take a massive amount of advantage out of it. 47, we've got a yellow flag waving, so we've got somebody either gone off track or had a mechanical. There is a car off to the side there, so not able to see who that was.
That looks like it was Mark Trickett pulled off at the side there, unfortunately. That's
number 65, it's a white car, so just see him in the background on this other shot on the Rogerson straight, so it looks like that's a mechanical rather than a driver issue or an accident. So you can see that really dark patch where they've dug down into the damper soil. They come down off Coward Summit into the Joey Dunlop corner and then along the pit straight. Yeah, that car well off to the side of the circuit, so but Marshall's here, 3 sisters, pretty much the same guys that we've used for donkey's years, and they're all very much switched on to what they need to do and don't need to do. Oh, a bit of a lunge down the inside. That looked like that might have been last of the late breakers, but got the door shut well and truly in his face there. And now Turner all over the back of Lewis, just not able to get the power down, coming down the hill. 4 laps to go in this second Superlite B category. Superlite A then to follow, and we will back into our solo classes. Beth checked out to the tune of 16 seconds at the front now, so it is really this battle between Knox, Lewis, Turner, Warren and Taylor. Just waiting for any kind of mistake from any of these drivers to open a gap. We saw Lewis try at the end of the straight a couple of laps ago. 2 to go then. It's interesting to see the different techniques of these guys. Some of them quite exuberant in getting the rear end to slide, and others more just like to get the front end to dig in and lift the rear gently. But no chance this time. Knox has got a 4-car length lead as they go down there for this battle for 3rd position over James Lewis. Obviously the gap always closes up on the slower parts of the circuit. It's that the concertina effect. But looking like Lewis is having a bit more of a run down the hill. And he is a little bit closer. And once he gets to where he is now, which is less than a car length, all Knox can do then is go defensive, as they're going to race leader already on their last lap. And these guys just got a lap and a quarter. Lewis all over the back of Gordon Knox in the 47. And there's our race leader then. Through the S's for the final time down the Rogerson straight.
He's pulled a 17-second lead now on Mark Richardson. So that's really, really impressive driving from Duncan Macbeth.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Macbeth can do from the back row of the grid in our final race of the day, which he will start on the back row of. So a win then for Duncan Macbeth. The battle for second then through the pit corner for the final time. So the battle for third. Richardson already a fair way up the track. So Richardson should take a comfortable second and move up to the A group, where he will start alongside Duncan Macbeth, but Richardson across the line. And third place will be the 47 of Gordon Knox. Fourth, James Lewis. Fifth, Tony Turner. And sixth place, Derek Warren. Okay. Right then, we wait then patiently for Superlite Group A in the holding area, and
there's Peter Muirhead sat. I think he's on pole for this one, isn't he?
He is indeed, the number 8. Yeah. Just waiting to get the nod. We've got a car to recover then, so we've got a recovery vehicle just with a little dolly on the front of it that can go in there. In fact, there it goes out of pit lane, so they'll just be going out to collect that. Our Mitsubishi Shogun. It's got a nice little dolly on the back of it. It is the 65 that went out, so they're just going to push that to the edge of the track to allow it to be recovered. As you suggested, that was indeed the 65 of Mark Trickett, so unfortunate, but looks like that is one of the two-stroke engined Superlites. Tell by the two twin pipes across that kind of go horizontally across the rear. Basically, I think this one they're a snowmobile engine with the CVH transmission in them, so literally makes it an automatic for want of a better term. But and they're also developing a new. I think they're developing a new two-stroke engine with a slightly bigger capacity to try and, I think, just to try and close the gap. These cars not as fast as the S6 and the S9s, and obviously the S10s, which obviously they're never going to be, but just working on a little bit of development there. So good to see that. The championship then is has its own website, superlitemotorsport.co.uk. They're the people that build the cars and organise the championship, which runs as part of this British Supermoto and Superlite championship package. So and again, it's all about a level and affordable playing field. So pretty much looking like everybody in this second Superlite A race will be an S10, S9 or S6. None of the two strokes making it through, I don't think. Certainly haven't heard one. Our camera then looking down. It's affectionately known as Conrod Straight. A really deceptive corner, easy to get very, very wrong. Our pole sitter, Peter Muirhead. And the number 22 of Kershaw, obviously second in the first race, so we will start in second position. And then it will be the number 4 of Paul Hudson. The last few drivers then off on their side lap. You can see on that that uphill section, that dark area there, that looks like quite a deep hole. They come past pit lane then. And obviously the idea being, as pole sitter, you make a nice pace, try and keep everybody together so you're not sat still for too long on the start line waiting for everybody else behind you.
I'm on that dark ditch that the commentator was talking about. I'm on that dark ditch that the commentator was talking about.
Right then, can we see anybody giving me a run for his money in this one?
Well, John Kershaw lap time was actually quicker than Peter Muirhead in that last race. So if he gets a good start, it's all to play for. And again, with these joker laps, they just add in that extra element. So we will just have to wait and see.
So here we go then. We wait for our starter to walk away with a red flag. Away they go, and it does look like the guy in second place has got away. Is he going to be able to get dropped across the front? Who's the 22 of Kershaw going to lead? He does. Kershaw leads, and he takes his joker lane straight away. So we've got about 9 cars that have gone the joker lane, and we've got 4 or 5 that have gone up the top end. So our joker lane leader then, an old shot taker, is going to be John Kershaw from Muirhead. And then it's number 4 of Paul Hudson. It's all about track position. If you're leading, you don't want to give it up. So we will see. It did look like literally the first 7 or 8 cars went straight for that joker lane. And wait and see the lap times to find out who the 3 or 4 were that won't.
It's looking like it's George Milnes, Paul Smythe, Ian Bismell and Jeff Wilkes that didn't take the joker lane for that first lap.
So the guys at the back of the grid then giving himself a little bit of free track to run into, which is what he done, but a great battle then as they come into the paddock corner for the second time. So Kerr from Muirhead, from Hudson, Derbyshire there in 4th, close by. Then it's Nutter. So he's obviously made up a position from his start place. 6th on the grid up to 5th. And then there's a gap back then to Milnes. And Milnes was the guy that Nutter was trying to get past for the hole. Milnes put a big punt down the inside there, didn't quite make it stick. Muirhead up the inside. The Kershaw there on the exit as they come over the top of Coward Summit, but not close enough.
There's another car just taking the joker lap. I'm thinking it possibly George Milne.
So it is Milne then. He joins in just behind Nutter. So Kershaw then from Muirhead. The graphic shows 0.2. But you could literally throw a blanket over this top 6 cars at the moment. Muirhead covers the inside to stop Hudson having a run at him. And it really is one of these things, pass or be passed. These guys really struggling off that off-road section now.
Paul Smythe taking his Joker lap as well on this one. See where he slots in. It looks like he has just fitted in right behind Mill.
So a little bit of a gap at the front then for the first time. A little bit of daylight for Kershaw. It is only a little bit. No way that Muirhead's going to be able to have a punt at the end of the straight. Derbyshire 4th, Nutter 5th and Mills in 6th. With 8 to go. Front 2 just starting to gap away. And all of a sudden that little bit of breathing space that Kershaw had is gone because Muirhead is all over the back of the number 22. See the different approaches there. Kershaw then taking an early entry into the corner. Muirhead just sweeps through. Is he going to have the speed down the straight? He's going to try and pop him on the brakes. Not sure what the rules are in this racing, but generally moving in the braking zone is frowned upon, and it's fair to say that Kershaw there just covered the centre of the circuit and kept his line. Just didn't really leave Muirhead a lot of places to go. Third place then right on the back of them as well. So it is closing up. Hudson then closed in on that lap. And the 19 of Nutter has passed Jack Derbyshire. So Nutter is the man on the move. 6th to 4th in this one. Like I say, really physical to drive these cars. Third place driver having a look down the inside then, Hudson. Imagine that it's not a lot of fun knowing that you've got, especially obviously with mirrors, you can see how many cars there are behind you.
Yeah, that is one advantage of riding a bike. You can only hear them. Best to not look round and have a look.
I know that I do follow quite a lot of American dirt oval racing, and a lot of their formulas, the drivers don't have mirrors, so they have no idea where anybody else is. You just drive your line, and there's a bit of track etiquette goes into it, but you can't block anybody because you don't know where they're coming. And not something I don't think there's any racing over here that we don't allow mirrors in. So, but however big the mirrors are on that John Kershaw 22 car, they are full of Peter Muirhead at this moment in time. Hudson and Nutter then still close enough to be close. They've pulled a gap out on Derbyshire and George Mills. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Duncan Macbeth can do from the back of the next one of these.
Yeah, definitely. He dominated that last B race, but I feel he'd be quite frustrated to have been there in the first place, so he'll probably be definitely fired up for this last A race.
Almost certainly then. 4 to go. So is Muirhead going to force a mistake? I will say that the lack of contact from these guys is admirable, because it's really easy just to give a bit of a bump and run. No Nerf bars on the front of these cars that I can see, so obviously that is frowned upon. But if there is, it's a very light one. But all the drivers very, very respectful. You see there that Kerr just getting in a little bit tighter, not allowing Muirhead any chance to drive down the inside, but Muirhead is close again this time. But for how long that straight is when you walk down it, it's not very long when you're flat in top gear. And the same applies in these cars. It's definitely not something that you can pull 2 or 3 car lengths down. It's just not long enough.
Looks like a lot of them are trying to take a tighter line out of that top dirt as well, so I'm wondering if that big hole between the dirt and the tarmac sort of putting them off. I feel like that would be a great risk for a puncture.
I'm just wondering if it's just a little bit of a trick of the camera, and the reason that that dirt is the colour that it is that our marshals have infilled it, because it certainly doesn't look like a massive hole. It does look more like a bump as they're going over it. So that might just be a trick of the light from where we see the camera angle. But here we go down the inside again. Has he got there? Oh, 2 wheels on the grass. Muirhead then almost made it past Kerr, 2 to go. And it almost opened the door for Hudson. Again, there was what you would call respectful racing room there by Kerr. He will have known that Muirhead had poked his nose in down the inside. And again he covers off. Oh, Muirhead properly sideways there, lost the rear. Nutter starting to slide about a bit in 4th as well. In fact, of all of the front 4 cars, Hudson is the one that looks the most planted at the moment. So last lap flag then, this time by, no chance this time. Kershaw had enough of an advantage to hold off Muirhead. Over Coward Summit for the final time. Muirhead runs it in deep though. Oh, here we go. Is he going to have a go down the outside? All the pressure is there. Not able to do anything. These cars so equally matched. So it is going to be then, by the looks of it, by the narrowest of margins, a victory for John Kershaw. So they'll go into the final race of the day tied on points, assuming that they are in the same class, which I'm almost certain they are. So Kershaw then takes the win from the number 8 of Peter Muirhead. 3rd position, number 4, Paul Hudson. 4th place, Simon Nutter. 5th, Jack Derbyshire. 6th, George Mills. 7th, Ian Biswell. 8th, Paul Smythe, and 9th, Jeff Wilkes. So Superlite A race 2 in the books. And I see a nice replay there of our race leader Kershaw coming out onto the Rogerson straight. Two wheels up on the curve. We do get issues sometimes with these guys just pulling a little bit too much of the greenery onto the track. But in this Three Sisters circuit, the curbs are nicely shaped in position. There's no advantage to be gained by trying to hook the inside there, and as we saw our 2nd place car trying to do. So Superlite.
We're
race
ready
2.
now.
We are now on to
Supermoto Academy.
Supermoto Academy, your favourite class.
So excited.
So it was a decent race in that last one. Rhys Lennox then taking the victory from Charlie Cunningham, with Austin Johnson 3rd. If you remember, then Johnson took a little bit of a digger at the bottom of the dirt section. I say the digger, he just tipped the front over and ended up on the floor. And but he recovered well to finish in 3rd. 4th place then was Jordan Thomas. 5th place Byron Johnson. 6th Ollie Sims. 7th Blake Wilson, and 8th Cody Miskelly. So they will be your top 2 rows of the grid for this race 2 of our Supermoto Academy class. So conditions then still pretty nice and warm and overcast in the booth here. It's t-shirts and shorts weather, which I can assure is not a pretty sight for me. But ideal track conditions though.
Yeah, I feel Charlie might be at a slight disadvantage on this start with being on the 65, as the rest of that front row is going to be dominated by the 85s. So I feel that lead up to that first corner might be a bit challenging for him to maintain position, but I'm more than positive that he's going to fight back through that anyway. So yeah.
So it will be interesting to see if Austin Johnson can make a good start again, because he definitely had something for Reese Lennox in the centre part of the circuit, and if he can get that, well, I think it's a Husqvarna off the gate, then or off the line, he will be in with a chance of a win. As I said, Charlie Cunningham then, he's on a 65cc bike, certainly by the looks of it, a smaller engine in that smaller bike. The wheels look less out of place on it. It is a smaller bike, so whilst it looks like it's got bigger wheels in it, it's just a smaller bike with the same size ones. We did see a few issues yesterday on the start line with these guys and girls just not getting off the line very well, but as I said then, very, very difficult, these small bikes, to get them off the line. They're essentially motocross bikes, and they are designed to spin the wheel. They're designed to have like a 48 tooth rear sprocket, not a 32 tooth one that they're probably running to get the gearing right for these long straights. So it's very, very difficult. You've got to almost ride them away from the line rather than dump the clutch, which you would on a motocross bike. So it is easy for them to pop the clutch and stall the bikes. And we did see a couple of issues yesterday on the pre-grid, but thankfully all the races got away safe and sound. So Kirk sticks the green flag up and he walks away, points at the lights, and away they go. So let's see, in third position they're on the grid. But it does look like pole position then. Reese Lennox is going to take the whole shot. Cunningham in second. Cunningham in third, and it was Johnson that came around the outside from fourth on the grid. So they make their way up the dirt section for the first time.
It looks like they've all made it through that first dirt section cleanly, which is a great start for them all.
So race leader then down pit straight for the first time. Reese Lennox on the 117 YZ85 Yamaha.
Oh, who's that around the outside? That was a brilliant move. I think that was Byron Johnson. That was a great move around the outside on Paddock Bend.
So this is the section where our second place rider almost runs into the back of Reese Lennox there, but our second place rider then, Austin Johnson, was quicker. Number 27, not quite as quick through the off-road though. And let's see if he can do anything to close the gap. Then it's Cunningham, and then the 37 of Byron Johnson. We've got the 08 in there, and Blake Wilson. He's trying to ride around the outside of the 37. The race leader across the line at the end of the first lap then. So it is Lennox from Johnson. And they're starting to gap the third place man, Cunningham. Like I say, this was where we saw this part of the lap. This is where we see Johnson starting to close in. And it is, like I say, the corner speed that these smaller bikes carry, they're almost as fast as a 450 around the corners. The smaller wheels, the tyres that these guys use have insane grip.
Absolutely. Especially at some of the tighter circuits on our calendar, such as Rowlett and Crail.
Well, we've got a change for the lead. So Johnson then dips up the inside, jumps down the inside of Lennox. Lennox comes back at him, so they're back and forth as we saw last time. Johnson made the pass but couldn't make it stick.
Some absolutely brilliant racing from these two, who are on these slightly bigger bikes, compared to Charlie in third, who seems to just be dropping off a little bit. About a 3-second gap now to Austin Johnson.
So we saw Johnson then. He made the big lunge down the table, over the tabletop, and couldn't get the bike stopped. Ran a little bit wide. And Lennox, though, he didn't come straight back at him. Obviously that means that he's just got a little bit of a different run onto that off-road section. Johnson not able to make that pass stick. So we'll see if he can pull this back and have another go. You'd have to say that Lennox has got to cover this off this time. Can't leave the same amount of room. Looks like he's got his head down a little bit this time and maybe pulled a bit of a bigger gap.
Slightly further back, there's been a change of position for fourth, so it looks like Blake Wilson's managed to get round Byron Johnson.
So nowhere near as close this time. Johnson not going to be able. Oh, it's a mistake, missed gear. So all of a sudden, he's right back on him. Missed a gear as he came out the corner. So Lennox now back under all sorts of pressure, but he's noticeably faster down this off-road section. I'm not quite sure how Johnson manages to lose so much time, because he doesn't look like he's not doing anything, or doesn't look like he's doing anything wrong, but maybe he's just trying a little bit too hard and not getting the bike to hook up. But again, these are slick tyres on stones, so you've got to remember there's not a lot of grip to be had on that shale surface. It's road planings, and it's very, very loose underneath. But Johnson then just trying to stay in touch. 4 laps to go. And every time it looks like Reece Lennox has done enough to get away at the front, Johnson comes back to him. So this time I think the gap has gone up to enough for it not to be a problem.
A little bit further back in the field, it looks like Lily Rhodes is really putting some pressure on Liam Pearson. Just as they go up the dirt section, there's a little 4-rider train there of Liam Pearson, Lily Rhodes, Max Rhodes and Ruby Booth. So they're having their own little race going on while these two at the front battle it out.
And like I say, they are the second generation riders. There they are, right around the outside there. That's a lovely pass. They come back onto the dirt section. That's the 73 and the 37 of Ollie Sims and Byron Johnson. So Sims making the pass on the Kawasaki, putting the 73 up into 5th position, so that's a good ride for him. Shadows then on the tarmac, showing that the sun is actually breaking through the clouds nicely now, and that will warm up the temperature of the track just a couple of degrees. But 3 laps to go then. And the battle then between these two as they come across the top of the hill, and it looks like Johnson has not given it up. So Sims then riding knee out. He's going to dive down the inside, pass down the inside. Oh, look at that. Bar to bar stuff. The 37 of Byron Johnson takes him back. So Sims goes wide, knee down around the outside, tries to get in. The tyre wall going to block him then. So this is the bit of track that I'm expecting Johnson to Supermoto his way away from the knee down of Ollie Sims. He got the hard work and got the pass done, but this time it is the 37 that takes back that 5th place. So Byron Johnson then putting a good 15 bike lengths straight away into Ollie Sims. 2 laps to go of this Academy Race 2.
Further back, it looks like Liam Pearson must have made a mistake, because Lily Rhodes has made it through up to a 10th position. So
our race
that's
leader
brilliant
then.
news.
He's now 2 seconds in front. I won't say he's cruised his way to an easy victory, because Austin Johnson has kept him honest for the whole duration of the race. And he's certainly given him a run for his money that he didn't get yesterday. Johnson then, back marker between them. Gap's going to be probably 3 or 4 seconds at the close of this lap, as Lennox just gets held up a little bit there by, I think that was the 125 of Isabel Wingate.
Yep.
She's just finding her way off the off-road section, but she's again another one of our young girl riders, just new to the sport. Did she do some races last season, or was this her first year?
She did some of the Bambinos last season, so that was a really good sort of introduction for quite a few of these riders.
So Isabel Wingate then out there in 18th at the moment. Dad Dean racing in our elite class. But final lap then, and our race leader, Rhys Lennox, over the Coward Summit, down into the Dunlop corner. That's pit lane, and then round Paddock Bend for the final time. Like I say, lovely turnout, 85.
Looks like we've got a rider down in the middle of the circuit.
So just wait, we've got some yellows. So our race leader then will just come to the dirt section for the final time. I'm just going to put a lap on. I think that may be the 58, and I think that is one of the roads. It is. It's Max Roads. So for the final time, then Lennox will take the win. Johnson will come across the line second eventually. And third place should be Charlie Cunningham. Here's the battle then between Johnson and Sims. And Sims, well, it looked like he got the job done, but all of a sudden Johnson going to need to do everything he can to hold on to this one as they cross the line, and he does. So Johnson does hold off Sims for fifth. Sixth place then for Sims. Miskelly will be, in fact, Miskelly gets pit by Jordan Thomas for 7th, and 8th place will then go to Miskelly. Archie Ormrod should come across the line 9th, and currently showing as 10th is Lily Rhodes, and she will come across the line in 10th. So we saw some great racing in that one, Danielle. Like you say, your favourite class, and some good bar-to-bar stuff from the kids.
Honestly, some of the overtakes there, it's the same sort of stuff you see in the top of the A's. That was some really, really impressive riding from them.
So yeah, so we've got another one of them to come later on, but as it stands now, we'll be going on with the rest of our adult C group. So obviously the top two from this one went up to the B group, so we will be getting a new pole position sitter.
So on pole for this one, we should be having number 67 of Stephen Gallimore with number 13 of Riley Richins in second, 56 of Luke Hutchins in third, and the 111 Scotchman Duncan Wright in fourth. So that's your front row. So I know that Duncan Wright's actually on a borrowed bike at the minute after his TM had a mechanical before it made it here. So he's currently riding a borrowed bike, which he's still getting used to after being used to a TM and now riding a KTM.
He had a decent day yesterday. I think he win the final C final yesterday, or did he end up going up? I think he might have ended up going up to the Bs yesterday. But yeah, he was certainly on my radar yesterday as they go off on their warm-up lap. So he says, so that Gallimore bike is your original 350 chassis. But he went really well on that yesterday, and obviously starting on pole for this one, Riley Richins, Luke Hutchinson, Pete Rogers, the rest of the front row, I think.
We've also got my teammate Andrew Goodsell out there. I think he's going to start from the back of the grid for this one, sharing a bike and in the same group as his son-in-law. So he's borrowing Blakeman's bike for this race.
Okay.
So he's on the yellow 54 bike for this one.
Cool. So yeah. So Andy Goodsell on the ULS Husqvarna, lending his bike out to his son-in-law for him to dip his toe in the world of Supermoto. There's the 52 of Richard Sheen on the TM. Bike really nicely turned out. The 252 there is Selby Trotter.
Ex-factory rider, so he told me. Keeps telling me. Keeps telling me ex-factory rider.
You've got to remember that all of us old boys in the paddock, we did lots of things before you were born, and I knew of Selby for a long while. So
he says to me, you can go well for a few laps, and after that, he's not got the fitness.
No, he's got like most of us, got a turn of speed for a certain amount of time. But yeah, decent rider in his day, Selby Trotter, and still out there enjoying the sport, which is what can be said for pretty much half of the grid here these days. But let's not forget that we got race winners in this in our A category. The good side of 45, Richard Sharp took a race victory yesterday. So the beauty of Supermoto rather than motocross and road racing is, you know, old age and treachery can certainly top youth and exuberance. So John Oakes then a non-starter in this one. He had suffered a hand injury, recurrence of a tendon injury that he's had an operation for. So he DNF last one and he will be sitting out, but his bike will be out in the A final with Andy Mitchell on board. So we'll pick that up. So green flag from Kirk then. Our riders look at the lights and we wait to get our C group race off the line. And a good start then from the outside of the front row.
That was Duncan Wright with a good start there.
So it looks like Gallimore then just got mugged on the run down to the first turn by Riley Richins. So I think that's Richins that's at the front at the moment from Gallimore. We'll wait for him to come over Coward Summit and sort themselves out. He just gets single file quite quickly with that left, right, left, and then down the fast bit of the hill. And we've not got massive piles of riders.
Good to see Riley taking the lead after a little bit of time away from racing on his return on a brand new bike. So see what he can do. I know the bike hasn't been fully set up yet, so it's very stock.
Yeah, he was one of the guys that was again fairly decent in the academy class, and then he had an injury and had to take some time away. But obviously grown quite a lot since then and come back on a full-size bike, and obviously it's going to take a little bit of getting used to for him, but he's not forgotten how to ride, and he's out the front of this one on the number 13. Husqvarna, Gallimore then, he's there in second, which is then just getting a bit of a twitch from the rear end of that Husky, but Gallimore's nice and close, and that 300's got a turn of speed. Not enough for the 450 down there. Right then, sitting in third. He'll be trying to find a way. Oh, mistake there. Richards runs wide. We've got a new leader, so Gallimore didn't need a written invitation for that one. So Gallimore makes the pass, and Richards almost goes back to third as Duncan Wright shows a very orange fender down the inside at the top of Coward Summit, but that gap closes very quickly into what is a third and fourth gear downhill right-hander. So Gallimore then out at the front on that 300 two-stroke KTM. Rich in second, Wright third, and then there's a little gap back then to the 56 of Luke Hutchinson. He had a decent ride in the first one, so whether he can come through and catch this lead group, if his lap times are I won't say just looking in the background there, but he was loose as a goose over that jump. So it'd be interesting to see what his lap time is next time by, Danielle, because I think that he's definitely on his way to the front, currently showing us 1.5 adrift at the end of the last lap.
He had some really good battles with Riley Richins in that first race, so he's definitely got the pace to be around that where Riley is. So it'd be good to see if he can make some moves on Duncan Wright.
So 6 laps to go, then Gallimore just starting to ease away at the front.
Yeah, so our timing showing Luke Hutchinson is currently doing a 1:21.1, whereas Riley in second's doing a 1:22. So he's definitely got the speed to be passed.
And he's there now, he's on the back of this group, so all of a sudden Duncan Wright has got company. So he's going to have to, well, assuming that he knows that well, he'll know Hutchinson's there the first time he shows him a wheel, but obviously he's concentrating on nailing that second place from Riley Richings to get moved up to the B group next time. And doesn't look like, so not quite sure what Hutchinson is doing through the dirt, but he's landing quite front low through there. But I think that's more the fact that he's just hitting the jump faster and maybe just chopping the throttle off. He lost a little bit of time, but he's certainly quick enough to get back on the back of them by the time they get back round to the dirt section on the next lap. But Gallimore then already across the line and comfortably away at the front by 1.5. Not quite sure what Richards did when he made the mistake. Maybe he just got a little bit too much front brake and took the front right, then trying to get up the inside. Is that a 450 or a 350 that Riley's on, do we know?
Riley's on a 450, so Duncan there. I think all three of them are. Cool,
so there's no disadvantage then for the number 13. He should have the straight line speed that he needs as they make their way around paddock bend. So Hutchinson then now trying to make his way onto the back of Duncan Wright. And again, Hutchinson riding knee out, so he's a little faster on the tarmac. Wright making a move down the inside, but not able to make it stick, and they're actually closing in a bit on Gallimore. And whether the 67 has just made a mistake or just fallen asleep a little bit at the wheel on this one, so the gap is closing. Hutchinson's dropped off a little bit, so they are yo-yoing backwards and forwards as Wright makes a little bit of a wobble. So yeah, the lead definitely coming down. They're not in panic territory yet, but Gallimore doesn't want to give up any more real estate between him and second place, and I'm almost certain. But still just a shade under 2 seconds. Richings right.
There's Gallimore getting past a back marker there. It's great to see the 300 two-stroke going well at the front of a race. It shows that these two-strokes definitely are capable of being up there. It's not all about the 450.
Well, we spent probably 4 out of the last 5 seasons racing two-strokes, 300 TMs, and then we did a CR500 in a TM chassis, and very competitive on the right circuit, just missing out and out straight line speed that some of the UK circuits demand. Gallimore getting a little bit, maybe that's why they closed up on him last time. He got a little bit front end high over the jump and almost launched himself out the front door. But looks like Hutchinson has given everything that he can, because he's just starting to drop away a little bit from this group with what should be coming up for 4 laps to go. Gallimore's kind of just got himself back into it a little bit more, and Richings got a couple of bike lengths between him and Duncan Wright, so the pressure side of it just gone away slightly. Wright looking like he's struggling to get the power on that 450, like you say, not his own bike, so still struggling to
it's
maybe adapt.
The bike of Michael Craig, who used to race, so rumour I've heard is he might be making a comeback this season.
So I did say yesterday when I saw him on the line with a 167 on the side of it that it looked like an ex-Michael Craig bike. Michael, one of the guys that I battled with back in the day for the national championship, basically the B-class championship. And again, he used to make the trek down from Scotland, and even though I'm sure that bike is definitely not in the flush of youth, it's very much a well-sorted example of a 450 KTM. It'd be nice to see Michael Craig back out on track at some point. Always a good, nice guy to be around and a good racer. So we have had a bit of a change as Wright has made a bit of a mistake, and all of a sudden Hutchinson has found his way up to second position. They got tangled up with the back marker, and before you know it, Hutchinson's dive through on right, dive through on Richins. Set your eyes away from the screen for 2 seconds. And before you know it, we've got three position changes. With 3 laps to go. Are we in a situation where Hutchinson, having gone from 4th to 2nd in pretty much the blink of an eye, so it looks to me like Gallimore is trying to learn how to get over that tabletop and not really, he's not mastered it. He's got the front end on the bike a little bit too high. In fairness to him, he's doing the best thing that he can do in the situation. He's not killing his speed, but he's obviously still losing time. And Hutchinson, after being 2.6 down at the end of the last lap, he's definitely closing up. Right then, now back to 4th, Richards back to 3rd, and yeah, Hutchinson has gapped him, and the gap is coming down to 1.5.
That move should also secure his place into the Bs for the next and final race for these guys. So it'll be yet to see what he can do against our B group riders.
Well, I'm not sure if our lap counter is up to date there. I think it was 3 to go, but never mind. Electronic timing, more likely to be right than I am. So our runaway race leader suddenly coming under pressure then. So Gallimore then, and this is the bit where Hutchinson obviously makes a nice. Gallimore a lot better that time. Slower to go faster, doesn't get out of shape, doesn't lose the racing line. But Hutchinson are now down to 2 bike lengths.
Gallimore looks like he's sort of mixing riding styles as well there, trying to keep his feet on the ground.
I don't think he's been riding that long, to be honest. It is, in fact. So that was it. That was the last lap. It did look like our live timing did freeze at the end there, which was unfortunate. But so it turns out that I was right. It was closer to the end than I thought. But obviously our live timing then is linked up to the main feed, not something that we provide ourselves. That's linked up to the My Lap Speed Hive, and if that happens to go down through a poor internet connection, there's not really a lot that we can do about that at this time. So a very, very narrow victory in the end for the number 67 of Stephen Gallimore. 2nd place for the number 56 of Luke Hutchinson. They will go up to the B group, and then it was Riley Richins and Duncan Wright, and then obviously the rest of them was going to be a guess because, like I say, live timing just dropped out then with about 4 or 5 laps to go, but didn't detract from the racing at all.
My teammate can't help pulling a wheelie over the line, even on a borrowed bike.
There are some people who can't not pull a wheelie. I will admit to being eternally hopeless at them, and
you and me both.
Yeah, not something that I've ever felt the need to perfect, but I am in awe of the people that can do them. And yeah, over the mountain. There's always some good photographs on the various different websites of people pulling wheelies over Coward Summit on the slowdown lap. So we will see. We'll see what happened and where this pass went, because Hutchinson came from 4th to 2nd in literally the blink of an eye. And this is Gallimore just getting too front heavy, pulling on the bars, and then loads and loads of chatter on the brakes. Just noticed Hutchinson riding without a peak there as well, which is normally something that I see straight away. But
Group B now.
Rattling through the races. Hope you're enjoying the action.
So moving up to Group B from the first C race this morning was Dean Smith and Dan Spencer. So they'll be starting from the back of this grid.
Okay, so went and had a quick chat in the lunch break with a few riders, just getting a few stories, and obviously give Dean Smith a bit of a poke about him being the C Group champion for the weekend. That was his second C Group race, but he just said just happy to get the win and get to move up onto into the B Group and get pulled along by the faster riders. So we will see then. Pole position will be the 255 of Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate Husqvarna. He's been riding well this weekend, but just had no luck. He had a stall in the first turn yesterday when we came down this down the first dirt section that we're now going up, and just never got himself into a position to get into the A final. And then I think he even missed out on the top three in the final B. 133 James Sherwood also been going well this weekend, and also Dean Wingate and Paul Groom. They will be rounding out the front row. Row 2 will be the 817 of Harley Sharp and James Wood, the Bathmate teammates. They're in 5th and 6th. Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions. I think Reynolds is on a Honda, but I wouldn't swear to it. Obviously they all have the similar team liveries on them, and not always easy to see what bike it is. And the 311 of Chris Lambourne down there, down south, right near Harley Sheppey. And then it will be Carl Bennett, Luca Jennings, Lee Coglin. He was our rider of the day yesterday. Got himself fit. Did he get into the A Group? I think at the end, I'm not quite sure, but he definitely made some moves through the day and attracted the attention of the jurors, and was deemed the rider of the day. But some notables in there, lots of people in with a shout. Also
bagged himself a set of the sponsors on leathers for being rider of the day. So great prize for that one.
I think it was gloves, not leathers.
Ah, leather gloves.
Yes, but even so, still a nice prize. So thanks to Arne for that. So the 255 then, getting himself ready. Like I say, all these guys then, start devices locked. We'll see if Paul Groom can make a decent start from the outside. He was decent in one of them yesterday, and I think he took a whole shot from the outside of the front row yesterday, and pretty rapidly off the grid. And we've got a rider missing, I think, off the inside of row 3. Just a little bit of confusion at the back of the grid, but we will wait. So green flag then. Starter walks away, waits for the lights to change, away they go. And Green does get a flyer. Cuts across the front of everybody. Oh, there's a bit of carnage. Somebody's gone down in the back end, at the back end of the field there, Danielle.
I think he managed to stay up. That was Mark Stevens, and he did manage to stay up. He has joined at the back of the pack.
Yeah, there is somebody.
That's Lee Codling. He's managed to rejoin as well. So
Codling won. We give him the big build up, and he ended up just getting. I think there was just a lot of guys in not too much space, and we saw that Groom tried to close everybody down, and in the end, it was indeed Eccleston that took the whole shot. Groom there in second. Third position looks like it is going to be. So who would that should be the 133 is Sherwood. So Eccleston then across the line. And he's already just starting to pull out a little bit of a lead on Paul Groom. Sherwood in third. But it is Eccleston that leads. Right, Eccleston then makes his way over the tabletop. Inch perfect. Just clips the top to scrub off a bit of speed. Groom, Sherwood. Another couple of guys in there in close attendance in the back, just trying to see that is one of those. He's definitely the 125 of Dean Wingate on the RWJ bike. And I think that's James Wood on the 82, tucked in behind him. It'll be interesting to see what lap times Eccleston can do. Definitely got his head down in this one, started to pull a nice gap away at the front.
Looks like there's a nice little train forming from Paul Groom all the way back to James Wood, with Harley Sharp, James Sherwood, all those guys mixing it up. It'll only take one slight mistake and someone could go from 6th to 3rd.
Yeah, that battle then. Eccleston then, the leader. But the Groom, Sherwood and Wingate battle, we saw Wingate make progress in the last one, but not progress enough. And there it is, there's the battle then. Groom.
A little bit further down in the field, Dean Smith, our C race winner, made up a lot of places on the start, is up to 10th. So great start from him.
So Groom then, I'll say holding on in second. He's running a decent pace, and whilst the gap out to Eccleston is 1.6 seconds, he's getting the attention of Sherwood. Wingate in there as well.
Now with nearly a 2-second lead over Paul Groom, but that train between Paul Groom, James Sherwood, Dean Wingate, Harley Sharp and James Wood.
So Groom then having to keep his elbows out, Sherwood doing everything he can to find a way by. We saw in the last one, in fact, I think it was Wingate, I think, that made the mistake that let Sherwood through last time, wasn't it? I got that the wrong way round. And it is Harley Sharp then that is on the back of this group. James Wood just a little bit further back. And we'll see if Sherwood can have a run in. He's got a better run this time. He's quite close. Is he going to get down the inside? Indeed he is. He's run wide, but Groom has no answer, so Sherwood moves up to second. And Wingate now going to be all over the back of the 138 of Paul Groom on the Tripz.uk KTM. Again, stepped away from the sport for a while. There's a bit of twin shot motocross and a few other bits and bobs. Seen him at various other races that I've done around the place for the last couple of years. But Sherwood then backing up that speed by just starting to stretch this away a little bit. Sure, he's not going to have anything for Eccleston, but he just needs to hold on to that second place. And again, I'll tell, even from my own experience, you battle your way up to second and get yourself in that qualified position. It's really, really easy to get the yips and suddenly get to start riding a bit tight, missing your braking markers, and before you know it, the guy that you were a second a lap quicker than is all over the back of you. And the trick is to time making the pass and not leaving them time enough to come back at you. But Eccleston then, nice line up the dirt section. Finally backing up his single lap speed, I think, in this one. He had some issues yesterday that we saw and was unlucky not to make it through to the A final earlier from any of the races yesterday. over the urban cross jump. And again, that always looks like it's just just having that back wheel just clip the top just slows the bike that tiny amount, unless you can get right over it. But then you've almost got a little bit too much speed on. You don't want to be landing with the brakes on. So Paul Groom not giving up on the chase of Sherwood. Still 6 laps to go in this one. So 5 now. So Eccleston already across the line. Wingate's still close enough to be in it to win it if either of these two guys make a mistake. Harley Sharp just not able to stay with them. James Wood then just been dropped off a little bit, and then it's Paul Reynolds, Chris Lambourne, Luca Jennings and Kyle Bennett rounding out your top 10.
Kyle Eccleston looks like he's pulling away ever so slightly now with a new fastest lap of a 1:16.7 on that last lap. So even though we're more than halfway through this race, he isn't fading.
No, he's quite a fit lad, so I wouldn't expect him to tire too much. So Groomy then jumping right onto the back of Sherwood. He's getting a lot of pressure from Dean Wingate. In fact, these 4 Constantine are in back up. Harley Sharp still not over it. Or Groom, looking like he thought he got a run there. I mean, when you're on the track, you feel like you're a lot closer than you are. But that'll only be a bike length, and the thing is, it's very, very easy to get caught in somebody else's crash. Pretty much at where Groom is now. If anything happened to Sherwood, he'd have a chance to not be part of it. If he was any closer and Sherwood makes a mistake, you're going to end up in somebody else's accident. You can't drop off too far because Wingate is all over him.
Good to see Lee Codling making his way back up after his incident on the start. Both him and Mark Stevens have made themselves back to 16th and 17th respectively.
So Wingate then trying everything he knows around the outside. So if Paul Groom did not know that Dean Wingate was all over him, he does now, because there's no way that he didn't see the purple front mudguard of that RWJ Husqvarna. Groom got a better run off the dirt section. Sherwood spun up a little bit. And this time Wingate's going to try and run down the inside.
Groomy just closing the door on him there.
Yeah, he wasn't quite close enough.
James Sherwood just putting in the fastest lap with a 1:16.6, so he's definitely still pushing to try and catch up to Kyle Eccleston.
I think he's more worried about the fact that he's going to get mugged from behind. But Eccleston then. So I think this might well be the final lap, because we were on 4 to go for a couple of laps. So it looks like the live timing link just froze for a second. So I think that this is the last lap for Kyle Eccleston, and he will take a well-deserved victory and get himself into the A final as he takes the checkered flag then. Second place. So we got, was across the line, was Sherwood from Paul Groom and Dean Wingate. So those two guys will go up to the A final for the final group of races this afternoon, and we'll see how they do. Obviously we got 2 riders went up earlier on from the from the B's to the A's for this one. We sort through our plethora of paperwork here to fantastic. So we got updates. So from our A group race then, as we saw Andy Mitchell pushing in at the end of that one, I said that I thought that he'd looked like he'd ended up on the floor, but unfortunately an engine issue for the Bathmate TM rider Andy Mitchell. So he's going to be out on the 95 Honda of his team boss John Oakes, as we just watched James Sherwood then sliding nicely into the off-road section there, and Kyle Eccleston finally bagging a win for his trouble this weekend. This was the moment that Wingate tried to have a run on Paul Groom, but Groom having none of it. Like I say, that dust there, you can't see the ground and you can't see the holes. It really is a leap of faith.
It's quite off-putting, but yeah, a lot of the time you've just got to hope for the best and try and keep that front end nice and light and hope it skips over any issues.
And I said it is this fast left-hander after that off-road section that gives us a bit of heart in the mouth as you're tipping and hope that the front doesn't tuck on you. But so Supermoto A Race 2 then, the 100 of Alex Mullaney on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna will sit there on the inside of row 2. Oh, it's a KTM. Okay, I did not know that. Who knew?
Orange seat gave it away for me.
Yes, well obviously the KTM and Husqvarna all built pretty much in the same factory.
Yeah.
And the only difference is that they seem to take it in turns to build their bespoke supermoto bike. So for the last few years it's been Husqvarna, and they didn't do any KTM supermotos, but now they've started building the SMR again. So a little bit of a change.
I think a lot of development have gone into, so especially Alex's KTM SMR, with TKB's racing Dave Barrington. So they've been developing the engines, different exhaust, swing arms. So a lot of time and effort have gone into preparing that bike for this weekend.
And the thing is, every time that the motocross bikes get updated or the engine technology changes, all of the things that you've learnt and done over the last previous years kind of go out the window. You've all got to start again because everything makes a difference. But we saw a great race in this one, first time round. Chris Hodgson then taking victory first time by a few seconds from Jay Smith. Just talking to Jay between races during the lunch break, he had a quick shifter problem in that one that he said just hampered his charge a little bit. Said that Chris was on a pretty good wick and it was a good pace, but they dropped off at the end then just because he had the quick shifter problem, might not shifting gears as it should. And also Richard Sharp then saying that the pace at the front was just a little bit too hot for him, and he settled for third, knowing that he'd got a good gap on Richard Blankman, and he's going to keep his powder dry for the second one. Interestingly enough, the tyre question that we were talking about, so Richard Sharp then actually running a Michelin front and a Metzler rear, and apparently he is not the only one. So we wait then. I say Hodgson then just leaning the bike over to get the clutch nice and oily. We'll wait for the lights to go. Away they go. So Smith not getting away as good this time. He just said he thought he got the whole shot last time, but it didn't work. So Sharp then up to second. Oh, bit of a nudge then from Blakeman on Smith. So Smith back to fourth, Blakeman up to third. They come across Coward Summit for the first time. So Hodgson it is that leads from Richard Sharp on the 217 Bathmate Husqvarna. Then it's the 54 of Richard Blakeman. Then it's the 33 of Smith on the Humber Garage Racing Honda. That's your front four. Then it looks like it's Mullaney, and it looks like Jamie Duncan got away a little bit better. Looks like Dean Hillier, next rider along.
Then you've got Jack Nation, Chris Eastwood and Josh Jasper there.
So the youngsters then filling out the lower order of the top 10, but it is Hodgson then pull the pin at the front. We'll see what times he's doing as they come across the line for the first time. So Hodgson leads across the line. Sharp then still in second place.
Looked like a mistake there from Duncan going onto that off-road section, but he has made it past Alex Mullaney.
So Smith then needs to make this pass on Blakeman, and he does, dives down the inside. So Smith then in the background just making that pass. So he's now going to be moving up to the back of this battle between Richard Sharp and Chris Hodgson. In fact, no, Blakeman's found his way back past. So looked like Jay had got that pass done, but every time you make a pass on Blakeman, he will come straight back past at you. Almost set your watch by it. You can see these bikes like yo-yoing from the front and the rear. Just getting the grip, a little bit of movement for Hodgie. Here comes Smith down the inside of Blakeman. He's got to have made that stick this time, surely. Yeah, holds the inside line. So Smith now is going to have to get his finger out to that up. So quick shifter problem in that first one. And he ran some really quick laps at the end of race 3 yesterday. So he's going to want to ride his way up onto the back of this battle at the front as they slide their way into Paddock Bend. So we'll see what Smith has to offer. Can he find his way back to the to this front two? So Smith up to second. Again, you look away from the screen for 2 seconds to look at the timing. It's all changed again. So Smith up to second, Sharpie back to third.
Jay has just put in the fastest lap as well with a 1:11.2. So he's definitely on a charge for Chris Hodgson.
So this is shaping up to be a barn burner then. Smith fastest on track. Hodgson holding the lead. Sharp then just, he's going to come under pressure from Blakeman. Obviously the quick shifter problem. We've got a yellow flag in the background there, so somebody slid off, and that's Jamie Duncan. Yep. But yellow flag briefly in the background, and one of our leaders then, one of our top 10 riders has slid out, so Smith then, man on the move. The gap as they go across the line. This time, 0.3. Jay Smith closing in, nice alignment, but again he just struggles to get the gas down on that Honda. I know they were putting fresh tyres in it for this one. Obviously at lunchtime. So Jay Smith chasing hard.
That mistake from Duncan dropped him back down to 6th and doing all his work already for this race, getting past Alex Mullaney, so now he's got to catch right back up again.
So it was Duncan that made the mistake then. The Scotsman not having the best of days at the front of this one then. Hodgson having to earn his money. Jay Smith definitely back in the groove on that Humber Garage Racing Honda. Team run by Steve Ellis, guy who I raced with for many years, and always had nicely prepared bikes. And between him and the Smith family, they put some fantastic bikes together. The one that Jay's riding, I believe, is an ex-Mark Reiner Schmidt bike from 2021, and they're currently trying to get the newer spec Honda up to the same level. So just can't seem to find the sweet spot on that one. But they found it on this bike because Smith is giving Chris Hodgson everything that he can handle. These A-Group races seem to go so quickly. Only 5 to go on our counter, and Smith right on Chris Hodgson. Even the smallest mistake from the man from Maryport will open the door. Smith gets a good run off the dirt again this time. It's as close as he's been. Is he going to get a run? He needs to make sure he just does a front just tucks a tiny amount. Hodgson has a bit of a moment. So is Smith going to be close enough down this straight to have a run into Luna? Doesn't look like he is. 4 to go then, Danielle. Who's your money on?
Unless Chris makes a mistake, I think Jay might be finishing second. Although I do believe he's got the speed. He's trying to find a way past. I think it would take Chris making a mistake for Jay to be able to make that move.
So we can see that Richard Sharp then only 1.3 adrift. So I think that Chris Hodgson then is just concentrated on not making a mistake rather than trying to gap out Jay Smith, because they're not dropping Richard Sharp. Lap times are still pretty good in the 11s. So
I think Chris has the experience to manage his races. He doesn't let the fact that he's in pole with no one to chase get to him. He's really good at managing his pace.
He's definitely got the experience, as we said before, 17 times a champion, so not somebody who doesn't know how to play the long game. And you'd say that it's his ability to take wins when they're there and not make mistakes and lose points when they're not is what keeps that red plate on the front of that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. Whereas Jay Smith, very much a heart on the sleeve rider, gives 110% every time he's on track, and sometimes ends up coming second best because of it. But we've given everything he can to this one with 3 to go. Sharp is still close enough to be close. Blakeman then dropped back, so he's not going to figure in the battle for the podium.
Looks like Chris Eastwood has actually got past Jamie Duncan as well. So a change for the Scottish riders. So
the battle between Glasgow and the Kingdom of Fife then going the way of Eastwood at the minute. But we'll still concentrate on this race at the front with 2 to go. Coming up 4. And Jay's giving everything to try and find a way past Hodgson. Hodgie not been bested yet. And Jay gets a nice run over Coward Summit. And like I say, the gap looks like it goes out just as these guys are travelling faster. He is close. And obviously you've not got to get all the way by to make a pass, you've just got to get level. But you've got to even get level to get level, and Chris is not giving him any chance at all. It always scares me how close they get to the tyres with the ends of the handlebars. Dead easy just to clip one and go down. I've done that more than once. But Jay is right in his wheel tracks, and as I've said before, difficult across that off-road. It's when you're the second rider, you are completely unsighted as to what is on the ground. So if Jay's going to have a run at him, it's got to be this time, because next time by they will get the checkered flag. And last lap flag then for our race leader, Chris Hodgson. Roger just stretching away a few bike lengths. But he cannot make a mistake. 33 breathing down his neck for the whole of this race. It does look like Hodgson's got this one covered off.
It does.
It just needs Hodgie not to make a mistake around this final run round Luna, and he will take his second victory of the day. The checkered flag waves with a win for Hodgson. Second place then, Jay Smith. Another third place for Richard Sharp. He's having a really good weekend this weekend, Richard Sharp. Fourth place then for Blakeman. Fifth place then will be the 100 of Alex Mullaney. So another good ride from Mullaney. It just shows you the pace of these guys at the front.
Good to see Jack Nation taking a win in the Clubman as well.
Yeah, Nation then, son of Norton Factory Road racer Trevor Nation back in the day. And again, he's another one of our youngsters, represented the junior team at the Supermoto and Nations. A Nation that should come across the line in 11th. So Eastwood, Duncan, Josh Jasper, Peter Bennett and Dean Hillier, your top 10. And then a 5-rider battle across the line then, right at the end there. So Nation 11th, Andy Mitchell 12th then out on the borrowed 450 Honda of John Oakes. The 188 of Seth Gibson. Next rider across the line. So another good race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chris managed that really well, especially with all the pressure that Jay was putting on him there. Brilliant racing.
Full send there from Chris Hodgson over that jump. He wasn't giving Jay Smith any opportunity to take half a bike length. And he comes across the line, taking his second victory of the day.
I think there might have been a... we're back with the Superlite A for this one.
I'm not sure whether this is A. This should be B, shouldn't it?
Should be B's.
So Superlite B. And we've got sat on pole. Mark Richardson, he's sat on pole, so it will be Superlite. Yeah. Oh, right, okay. Ah, is this a reverse grid? I think this is a reverse grid. Definitely Superlite B. We'll have a look, see what comes up on the screen. Yeah, Superlite B this is. So have we got somebody out? Have we got a car share going on? I don't know. Maybe somebody who DNF the first one is jumping in somebody else's car. We'll see what's going on. But that certainly looked like the 17 of Mark Richardson's car on pole, and we expected him to be in the A group, which is what is causing the confusion here in comms. And no doubt we will find out. So let's just see. It might be just that I've mistaken the car, but we'll see who comes by. So it is the 37. So that may be where we were going wrong then. So that might be my failing eyesight.
That's number 17. That's 17. What is the car's for?
Right. So
We'll see if timing sheds a little bit of light.
Yes, we'll see what happens when we get them going round. But
so this should be their final race of the day.
This will be their final race of the day, indeed. And we'll see. There's the number 50 of Phil Redfern. We'll wait and see who decides taking their Joker lane first. It is the 37 that's on pole, not the 17, so maybe it is just my poor eyesight. So that is Jeff Wilkes that is on pole. Looked like a 17 from that camera shot. So I'll put my specs back on to do reading. He was indeed, yeah. Jeff Wilkes came back down, so him and Dave Mills. So Wilkes was a DNF in the last A race, so he will automatically sit on pole for this B final. We've got the 47 of Gordon Knox on the outside of the front row of the grid as we wait for the lights to go out, and away they go. Oh, what a terrible start then from the guy on the outside of the front row, which was Gordon Knox, number 47. He did not get away. And so again, as we've seen, everybody from the one side of the grid tends to go for the Joker lane, and the other side tends to go and do the long bit. And our camera crew, just like us, finally getting used to the fact that the race splits into two 15 seconds after the start. The race leaders then into Luna for the first time, and it will be the 37, I think, of Jeff Wilkes that will lead them out onto the start-finish straight.
It looked like Tony Turner got an initial really good jump on the start, but decided not to take his Joker, so we'll see where he ends up finishing.
Will he live to regret that? It was Dave Mills actually that led across the line that time, Danielle. So Mills from Wilkes, from James Lewis as it sits at the moment. We've got the Joker lane this time. The 47 of Knox takes his Joker, and that puts him back into about 5th position. So Knox then trying to make up some time for his poor start. And again, the etiquette of these drivers where they are joining back onto the track after the Joker lane is that you must remain as tight to that inside curb as you can, so you don't drift out into the faster cars coming from the outside. And he did that perfectly. But Mills it is then that leads that 111 from the 37 of Wilkes. Again, the dust kind of seems to have settled down a little.
Looks like Tony Turner's just taken his Joker lap now, so we'll see where that slots him in here. Looks to about 3rd.
So Turner then jumps from 8th to 3rd in the 84. So he certainly played his hand well there. So Mills from Wilkes, and now Turner. Lewis then in 4th, and Derek Warren in 5th in the 93. So Wilkes then not getting off the line. It does strike me that even more than the Supermoto class, the start in this Superlite class is everything, with the difficulty to pass, and the way that these guys, like I say, they all dive for the Joker lane, not really giving anybody the chance. So this looks like Wilkes going to get a run and down the start finish straight. Not this time. Bit of a rear end lock up there for our race leader. I always remember riding this circuit when it's in the wet and trying to get out of that off-road section across the top of Coward Summit, and just having the bike spin up in the first 3 or 4 gears as you then have to tip into that right-hander at the top of the hill. Always kind of got your attention a little bit. And these things have a ridiculous amount of grip in the wet. And I'm not sure that they run full rain tyres on these They run more of an intermediate, but so still Mills out at the front, and Wilkes in second, giving chase. Third place then Tony Turner, a further 1.5 seconds back. Yeah, that hole at the top of that off-road section there, look, it looks very kind of from here. It literally looks like they're going up a massive step, but it obviously can't be as bad as it looks, because we did not see any problems for any of the solo classes. So
I think looks must be deceiving, because it didn't look like it caused anyone any issues.
No.
So I'm thinking it might just be a darker patch of ground there where they've tried to fill it in, possibly.
Or maybe it's just gone through the top of the dry top thing, and we're down to the damp underneath, as I said earlier on. If we walk on any of the grassy sections here around this Three Sisters circuit, it's still very soft underfoot. We've had a lot of rain over the last few weeks, which seems to be the way that things happen these days. In March and April we have a dryish January and February, and then as soon as we get to March it pees it down for pretty much a month flat, and as a result we end up in a situation where the off track is a little bit soft. And we're watching the number 50 of Phil Redfern then. So he's obviously just took his joker and jumped to the front with 6 to go. So Redfern then obviously got his head down. He did not make a great start.
He's pulled up a gap of about 3 seconds by playing his joker that way. So it's really interesting to see how it affects the race.
So yeah, just watching the live timing, and all of a sudden Redfern jumped to the top. So our race leader then, dramatic change then. So the 111 of Mills suddenly finds himself demoted to second. So it's fair to say Redfern's had a bit of a mare in his first 2 races, but he's finally showing the speed that I think he knew he'd got all weekend in this last one, because he's running really good lap times, and obviously the tactics that he's used to find his way to the front have played into that, and he certainly looks like he's getting a wriggle on, sliding all over the place.
He is currently the fastest guy out on track, so he has the fastest lap time, but even his last lap was 0.8 quicker than Dave Mills.
So that makes total sense then, giving himself clear track to run in, be able to bang his lap times in and then take his joker lap. Not sure whether there's any restriction on when they can take it. You have to take it within the first so many laps of the race, or as long as you get it done. But Redfern then, number 50, making the most of that. Mills and Wilkes, still a little bit of a battle, but Wilkes not able to put enough pressure on the 111 of Dave Mills to cause him any anxiety. His mirrors will not be that full of the 37. And then a 4-second gap back to Tony Turner, James Lewis and Derek Warren.
I think all drivers have played their jokers, so there shouldn't be any more surprises coming up now.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that's I kind of also have written off Redfern, but his performances in the first 2 didn't lead me to believe that he got enough in the tank to be able to jump to the front like he did. But he's obviously got that car dialed, and the lap times show it. So again, first race of the year for these guys. I don't know how much testing they've had. I know they have like a few sessions yesterday to get the cars dialed in and such like. But there he is, race leader Redfern, certainly looking interesting to see. Rear end lighting up there. Be interesting to see what his lap times are compared to the A group. But a turn of speed
Absolutely.
that we didn't see in the earlier two races, that's a certainty. So Kirk then prepares the last lap flag. And Milne second, and still Wilkes there in third. Just drifts a little bit wide and loses the rear end. Got a comfortable gap now, up to 4.4 over the pursuers. Certainly getting a bit giddy. Hanging the rear end out. So this is how these cars were designed to be driven, and he's certainly, whatever problems he had in the earlier two encounters, he's put them behind him and driven a really nice race. He'll be happy to take victory then. So the 50th Phil Redfern takes the race win. Second then will be Dave Milnes, and third the 37 of Jeff Wilkes. Now, as always in these situations, a day that when you get up in the morning and you think this is going to be a really long day, it goes literally in the click of a finger. And so that's the conclusion of our Superlite Group B for the day, and then we've now got our Superlite A final to follow. This one will be the interest in this one will be to see.
We need to see where Duncan puts that car from the back of the grid.
Whether Duncan
after
Macbeth
that win in the Bs
can find his way to the front. But let's not give any disrespect to Peter Muirhead or John Kershaw, who've been at the sharp end of both of these, taking a win apiece. Number 4 of Paul Hudson also going well. And other notable mentions to Jack Derbyshire's Simon Nutter, and but yeah, 50th Phil Redfern there, just getting a real nice drift, leaving a nice start line. This Three Sisters circuit is certainly used to seeing that, being also kind of the home of British drifting as well.
Yep.
Which again, another thing that I've never quite got, but everybody who does it says it's absolutely excellent.
I've been taken out in a drift car around Three Sisters. I was taken out at the Three Sisters Family Fun Day, and it was insane. Like, it's mad.
Yes, I mean, there's no doubt that there is a certain level of insanity attached to it. A massive level of skill. Yeah. So just seeing Phil Redfern drifting that car around there, not even close to the best thing that corner's ever seen, and but he deserved that victory, and hopefully he's got that car sorted out for the rest of the season, and he can carry that speed through to the next round of the British Supermoto Championship, which is at Teesside. I have no idea what the date is, and I really should have, so we'll find that out for you. But again, the championship this year, following its usual trail around the country. A couple of visits here to Three Sisters. I think we've got a couple of visits to Teesside, visit to Pembrey.
We've got a couple of weeks yet. So Teesside for round 2 is the 6th and 7th of May. So that first weekend in May is when we're next back racing.
So the 6th and 7th of May, which I believe is also the coronation weekend. And I'm not quite sure what the plan is for that with regard to my racing schedule. But we'll see what happens if we're lucky enough to be asked to come back for a live stream at Teesside. We'll certainly do our best to do that. Thanks very much to our crew downstairs for putting this on for us. It's been very, very well done, I have to say, and proper professional kit, really well done, and enjoying working on it. So.
And hopefully everyone at home that couldn't make it this weekend's enjoying watching.
Yes, and obviously this will be available at some point on their internet for you to peruse. I think it's going to be shared on the BSSC website in a couple of weeks' time, and eventually will find its way onto YouTube. Obviously you can pay to buy it and watch it live. But anyway, our Superlite A final then.
Looks like Duncan's having a little bit of an issue at the back.
As he just
there.
rolled past his grid
Yeah,
position
that's
yet.
right.
So just getting a little bit of a shove back then from Kirk, and we'll wait for the green flag, which goes up, and that starter will point to the lights, and out they go. Oh, that looks like a good start from the outside of the front row. As you're going to get across the front, or the neck and neck. No, it's not. It's going to be the 22. And again, they split. So Nutter and the 22 of Kershaw go for the Joker lane. And also Macbeth. So Macbeth has gone the Joker lane as well, I think. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was the 17. The 17 of Richardson. Macbeth at the back. So Macbeth not able to... he probably didn't take the Joker lane because he wasn't able to quickly get on it, but race leaders then coming round Luna for the first time. It is the 22 of John Kershaw. Nutter in second. George Milnes in third, and Milnes made a mistake there and lost a lot of ground. So another one motoring through the Joker lane, comes out in third position. We'll try and see who that is. So the number 8 of Peter Muirhead, a long way back in this one. I can only assume that he hasn't taken his Joker lane yet, Danielle, because he's a long way back.
Yeah, it's looking like that one that took the Joker may have been Jack Derbyshire there. And Paul Smythe dropping back a little bit there too.
Whether there's been a little bit of shenanigans somewhere that we've missed. But Peter Muirhead, who we've seen at the sharp end of both previous races, didn't get off the line particularly well, and for whatever reason finds himself back in 8th place. So Kershaw then from Nutter, from Derbyshire, then a little gap back to George Milnes, then it's the 33, Paul Smythe. But 10 to go as they come across the line. Down to 9. So Simon Nutter then has properly got himself sorted out. That car looks like it's handling really well, and he's putting all sorts of pressure on Kershaw.
None of them taking the Joker on this lap, so there must be a few to still take theirs. We know Macbeth's one of them, so I'm just keeping an eye out on who's taken and who hasn't so far.
Because mate, we saw in the last B group race that our race leader sprung out of nowhere. So Macbeth has made a couple of passes, but still not looking like he's going to find his way to the front anytime soon. But Kershaw just making a little bit of headway at the front. But to lights up the rear tyres. Jack Derbyshire then, he said he was due for a win. Said he'd been knocking on the door for one for a while and moved up a class, and certainly showing his speed. So we've got somebody else coming in from the Joker lane there, and that looks like that might have been Muirhead just coming in. We'll see as they come past us next time. Does look like a single digit number on the front of that car, Danielle.
Does. Muirhead with that Simpson helmet as well, quite distinctive, so thinking that might be him.
Not giving it the big send down the inside, but it is Peter Muirhead, number 8. Then he's jumped up from 8th to 4th. So whatever happened at the start, he did not get away. But Kershaw then 1.6 or 1.3 the gap.
Looking like that's the number 4 of Paul Hudson, putting a lot of pressure on Jack Derbyshire there.
So still all to play for at the back of this one, at the front of this one. Duncan Macbeth looks like he's tucked up behind Mark Richardson, so he is not going to be finding his way to the front, but fair to say in a fresh car, shaking it down, lots of things to learn. It will be a while before that car is performing exactly as he wants it.
Oh, it looks like we've got 2 off. Going up to the dirt there. Oh, is that? We've got someone, it looks like they've had a bit of an off after going down the pit lane. A little bit of contact there, and I know that Macbeth took his joker on that lap too, so I think he was just trying to avoid any sort of carnage going on in front of him.
So they've all got a little bit squirrely. But race leader then, still Kershaw, Nutter from Derbyshire. I think it was Richardson that was the driver that got collected. Off camera we were looking, you can see the dust and the tyres all over the place. The aftermath of that one, so we were watching to see who was going to take the joker lane. And the run, the closing stages of the Superlite final on the first round of the British Supermoto Superlight Championship. With Simon Nutter still keeping a really, really tight rein on the race leader of John Kershaw. Derbyshire third, Hudson fourth, Neil fifth.
It looks like it was Mark Richardson that took that slight detour, fortunately, so he's dropped back to 10th.
So that was Richardson. So it all went off, and we were just trying to see if there was anybody else trying to take the joker lane and jump back into that leading group. But race leader then Kershaw. Not having to drive a wide car like he did in the last one. He was put under a lot of pressure by Peter Muirhead. But with 2 wins and a second, he can't not but win whatever category he's in. Got that split on our screens, but I believe he's in S10. So Daniel doing all of the stuff. Yes, so S10. So Kershaw, Nutter and Derbyshire all S10s. So what we're seeing on the circuit then also will play out within the classes, and the overall victory will go to the 22 of John Kershaw. Assuming that Simon Nutter doesn't find a turn of speed and find his way past him, but I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon. Derbyshire has managed to hold off the attention of Peter Muirhead for the fact Muirhead has dropped back, so it looks like Muirhead has dropped back to 8th. So I think that in that shenanigans that we saw earlier on, that Muirhead was involved, and that cost him some time as well. And as a result, Hudson is now up to 4th.
That little detour for Mark Richardson hopefully shouldn't affect his overall too badly today, as he is the only S9 in the A race for these Superlites, so hopefully it won't have any impact on his overall.
Okay, so the fact that he's made this A final at all will be good enough for him. So it will be last lap flag this time by for our race leader, as Richardson then looks like he's just going to roll it round for the final time. In fact, that 17 car did sound a little bit 3-cylinderish as they came by last time. So he will go a lap down, but still be classified as a finisher, so he will take the points that he needs for his S9 Championship for 2023. It is all about taking the points on your bad days, not DNFing races. But for the final time then, the number 22 of John Kershaw comes across the line to take victory. Second place then will go to Simon Nutter, third to Jack Derbyshire, and fourth to number 4 of Paul Hudson.
Well, there was an added bit of extra drama there with some tyres going flying, but I think that was a really good race.
So that brings then the Superlite action to a close for round 1 of their British Championship. As you said, they will be back with us. I believe are they back with us at Teesside? They run at Teesside, yep.
Superlites run at Teesside.
Excellent. And obviously, it's Teesside. If you've never been there before, it's a lovely place to go racing, and nice track. Always enjoyed riding there. They put a good extension in there. The first time I went there, it was literally just the oval at the top. The extension track wasn't there, and then obviously over the course of the last few years, we've had a new dirt section added, and yeah, really probably the most supermoto-y of tracks that we do go to, with regards to the length of the dirt section against the length of the tarmac. So yeah, if we manage to get there, I'll be looking forward to that. I did actually race there in 2021, and yeah, had a good day.
There's a lot of configurations of the dirt section there as well, which means it's always very exciting to see what we're going to get. So,
which is always nice. It's nice to go to a track, same as coming here, and you never know what you're going to get until you go out for practice. So our academy class then in the holding area for their final race of their day. And we wait to see if the 117 of Rhys Lennox can repeat his victories from earlier on. Austin Johnson, Charlie Cunningham and Blake Wilson will be trying to stop him. Special mention there to the 73 of Ollie Sims. Byron Johnson, who put on a cracking race for us in the last one as well. So I say we've got 20 in this academy class, and it really is as simple as getting a set of pit bike wheels for your 85cc motocross bike and coming racing. Obviously the same as anything, there's modifications that you can make, but I think that most of them are running standard front brakes. I don't think there's a brake kit rule in this one.
No, I think they tried to keep this one a little bit less competitive on the rules side, but a lot of the time it is a standard front brake. I think some of the pit bikes possibly might be running something a little bit different, seeing as they're not originally a motocross bike, but I think it's all about the size of the wheels. I think they're all on around about 12-inch wheels, which keeps it nice and fair for them. They also have the parents out on track as well, which is like basically an extra helping hand for marshals in case they fall, can't start the bike. Just helps them get back going again so they can finish their race.
Yeah, the normal job of the marshals is to make sure that all these guys and girls are safe. But we've just got a couple of extras. In this case, it's usually the parents of the guys and girls that are also riding themselves, so they will be signed on. I can see that Dean Wingate and Paul Rhodes both making their way into the centre of the circuit, but we see this at schoolboy motocross as well, and the idea being that especially when the conditions are a little bit squiffy, and we do obviously in Supermoto not so much of a problem, but motocross that you get 3 or 4 guys, parents dotted around the place on each corner, and no matter what happens there's somebody to pick up the kids. The logic that people chasing all over the circuit just to pick up their kid, that kind of went away. And then it was just like, if somebody's kid falls off in front of you, you pick them up, and if your kid falls over off on the other side of the track, somebody will pick them up for you.
Yeah.
And that seems to have finally sunk into a lot of people. But yeah, as I said before, we get a few down on the start line just to assist, just to make sure that everybody gets off the line nice and safe. But yeah, this was a good race last time, and we've been treated to some good racing this weekend, and our academy class and pit bike classes have been no exception. We don't have a pit bike class today as such. They got a championship yesterday, and they don't get to race today. Although I think they want to race in the C class, but not really the kind of class where you would expect anybody to want to do that and not really struggle. Although we did see a few guys do it in the wet at Cadwell, and very entertaining that was as well. I've never seen anybody ride as fast in the wet as some of those guys. They've got a rider just slowed it down on the sight lap there, just off to the side of our comms box. But our riders then come to the line, so it will be the 117 of Rhys Lennox on the, was it 85? In fact, there's number 27. Just got a bit of an issue. That is one of the 4-stroke pit bikes. That's that looks like that's James Crombie. Yeah, that's dead. So unfortunately, I'm not sure whether Crombie had a misfire in that one on the in the earlier race. So he's just going to push that one off and leave it against the tyre wall. Like I say, these bikes do have such a hard life. So Crombie then removes his goggles and he'll take no further part, unfortunately. So as we wait for the start, and away they go. See who's got the whole shot this time. Is it going to be Lennox? Looks like Lennox that leads. Cunningham going around the outside. But again, it is. Looks like Johnston there in second. Looks like everybody's safely up the off-road for the first time. So Rhys Lennox then 117 on the YZ85 Yamaha. Comes down Coward Summit for the first time. Round to pit lane. And it is the 27 there in second position. So Austin Johnson, we saw that he got racy over the tabletop a couple of times and actually made a pass. Now, whether he's going to try and do this on the first lap, let's hope so, because this will certainly make things interesting. And indeed he does.
Let's try it.
He bangs down the inside, gets it stopped.
Nice move.
Nice move. He gets it stopped. So this time, now what we've seen in the past is he doesn't get fat. He's not fast enough on the off-road, but this time he holds the line, and all of a sudden, Rhys Lennox has to put up with the what we saw. In fact, that was a really good indicator that time as they came off the dirt section, Danielle, that how dirty the tyres were as they come onto that first left-hander. If we get that head-on shot next time as they come off that gravel section, you will see the colour of the tyres change as they tip into the corner. So Johnson it is that leads at the end of lap one. Then from Lennox, third place is looks like it's Blake Wilson. So Wilson third, Byron Johnson fourth, Charlie Cunningham then currently back in sixth. He's going to find his way past Ollie Sims to get on the back of this lead group. But race leader then past pit lane for the second time. It's fair to say that Johnson has been pretty decent this weekend, and his speed through this section in particular, this is where he makes the time. You can see he's a good bit, but he makes a big lunge, goes very wide, leaves the door wide open, and they come down the off-road, and you see, look, the tyres then virtually grey, and you can see the colour change as he tips into the corner. And it's a half black, half grey tyre in this point as well. You can see lots of people when they tip into that corner for the first time on that side of the tyre. It just gives a little weave, always a bit unnerving.
I had it myself yesterday coming round, and it was the first right-hander after coming off the dirt. Nearly losing the front, nearly losing the rear, and it was all just because the tyres were just covered in dust.
But it sounds
Really
daft.
challenging.
Literally, you do 2 turns of the tyres and they're clean.
Yeah.
But the knack is to not end up on your ear while those 2 turns of the tyres are happening. I've seen it many times, done it a couple of times myself. But it's much easier to note. Seems much easier to be seen on this on these smaller tyres. But so Johnson then still leading. Lennox then holding a watching brief in second, and obviously he hasn't really got anything on this this bit of the circuit unless Johnson runs particularly wide, which he does, but he's not run wide enough to give Lennox.
In the background there, it looks like we've had another mechanical retirement for Jordan Thomas, unfortunately.
Yeah, we did see his bike there, and it lent up on the tyres at the left of the track as they flashed through shot. So The gap from Lennox back to Wilson is about 5 seconds. So these two guys then away at the front. And Johnson currently in, we'll say, a comfortable third, but has a second gap over Blake Wilson and Charlie Cunningham. But this race at the front is the one that's holding our interest at the moment, because Rhys Lennox will be doing everything that he can do to try and find his way past. And a little bit of a high, wide and handsome line there from Johnson. Let's Lennox close back onto him now. If Johnson goes wide this time, Lennox is closer. Do you think he'll get back up the inside of him here? Because we've seen him not get the bike stopped.
I think he's managing to get the bike stopped there. He is carrying more speed across that tabletop, but Rhys Lennox does have the fastest lap time, only by 0.08 of a second. So they're so evenly matched, but...
Well, the visual gap tells us that there's not a lot of difference between these two guys for speed. And Johnson then getting his head down. Both of these guys riding with road race helmets on. But you do all the help you can get. No point putting a sail on the top of your helmet. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there from Johnson as they went over the transition. But it always seems like the guy in front gets the power down quicker. It's just the nature of he was there first, he's opened the throttle first, but he did seem to leap away more than normal.
It looks like they're starting to come up on back markers now, so we'll see how this plays into it and if it favours either Johnston or Lennox.
So both of them managed to find their way past that rider quite nicely. So the battle then for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th also hotting up with Johnson, Cunningham, Wilson and Sims. But you can't take your eyes off this battle at the front for a second, because the 117 all over the back now of Johnson. Johnson just, is he starting to ride a bit defensively? He is, because here's a run up the inside then. So Lennox then. Johnson went defensive round Luna. And the 117 got the run round the outside and then switched back up the inside. Oh, he's going to come back at him. Cracking bit of racing. So new race leader then for the second time. So will he manage to put enough of a gap into Johnson, into the off-road section to maintain that lead? It looks like he's... who just catches a back marker there, who runs off the circuit. I'm not quite sure who that was. There's a couple of them... Not sure whether our leader went down there, so we'll just have to see. Okay, we'll see whether that's Johnson. That is Johnson that leads.
A few riders down there, I think.
So it is Johnson then that leads, and we lost Lennox. Did he just get caught up in that one?
He's back up. I've just seen him go through the middle dirt. So
right,
Lennox
so he just lost a load of time there. That was just one of those unfortunate incidents. Whether the back marker then just sat up, I think that was that's Archie Reynolds that might have ended up on the floor. It looks like he's up and he's okay. So the race will carry on. It is the last lap, and Johnson then a comfortable lead. We've got a push in from the number 18, so he was one of the guys that I was fancying in this one. I'm not quite sure what's happened to him.
I think he
the
might
18
have
of Jordan Thomas, I think he had a DNF in the previous race as well, so whatever's been ailing him has not been fixed. But race leader then round the paddock bend for the final time is Archie Johnson.
It looks like Charlie Cunningham's managed to make a few places up as well. He's now back up to third from being in sixth for a lot of this race.
So he was in that battle that we were kind of half watching, but they say the battle at the front, we couldn't have taken our eyes off it. And as we see, it took a little bit of a mishap there with a slower rider who looks like he's up and okay. But we're going to have the number 21. Number 27 then of Archie Johnson is going to take a win in this final academy race of the day. Kurt waves the checkered flag. So it is always those high-sided type crashes that leave a mark. But Rhys Lennox takes a well-deserved second place after that little mishap. Cunningham will take a good fight in third, and then Byron Johnson, Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims literally cross it the line within half a second to take fourth, fifth and sixth. Seventh place should be the number 40 of Archie Ormrod. There's still a battle going on here for the lower leaderboard positions.
That looks like Ruby Booth's just gone through there. To me, that looks like Ruby. So great to see one of the girls in this class. Hopefully she'll come home in... Oh, is this going to be 10th? Yeah, she did. She just pipped Cody Miskelly and Tom Nutter across the lines. That's brilliant to see. So
Ormrod did come across the line in 7th, Lily Rhodes in 8th, Liam Pearson in 9th and Ruby Booth in 10th. So it looks like our youngster then, and good to see the 117 of Rhys Lennox then going over to see if our young injured rider is okay, and he is. We will. It is the number 5. Although we just seen a replay there. A couple of riders running off track, but yeah, walking back in. So that's great to see. So young Archie Reynolds then might have been brought back in by Dean Wingate, but as you see, I think that's more of a bout of disappointment than any injury. Certainly looks like he's okay. And like I say, Dad Paul Reynolds there, he's boss of the Automotive Solutions team, puts an arm round the youngster, and yeah, they breed him tough round here. But all the proper protective kit on these guys. They wear the same leathers that we wear, the same boots, proper helmets, all got padding and stuff underneath there. But good to see him up and walking back to the pits. So no long-term effects of that one. So we'll push on into the final group of races, and our final British Supermoto C. 3 to go.
Yeah, 3 left of these solos. So on pole we should have the number 13 of Riley Richards, I think. And he got a really good start in that last one, so let's see what he can do with it. So yeah, pole we've got Riley Richings. In second we've got the 111 of Duncan Wright, who is showing the number 167 on the bike because it's borrowed. We don't currently have Pete Rogers there yet, so I'm wondering if he's either on his way.
He was on his way. I think he was just one of the last ones that was out of the pit, just come out of pit lane. So he's going to take his position.
There he is,
in third position on the front row. Have we got a couple of others that are missing? I believe we might have 1 or 2. Definitely somebody missing on the second row. Not sure who that will be.
Possibly Ben Johnson, Ben Green.
Okay.
On this one, looks like it's hard to tell.
Yeah, possibly Ben Green missing. So they're letting them off on their side lap then. So this final C group race then. So again, this level of rider, these are your club and racers, for want of a better word, the guys that turn up and for the pleasure of the sport. You've got some old timers like my good self in there. You've got some younger riders that are new to the sport, and some guys that are just out there for the love of doing it. And obviously we do qualification on the race day morning to split these groups up into their respective levels. So the top, however many riders it is, depending on what entry we get, and then we split them up. And in this instance, Riley Richins making his return to racing after a little bit of time away. He's run quite close to the front in the previous 2 races, but obviously as the first couple of guys from each race go up to the next group from the first 2 races, he finds himself sitting on pole position then from the 111 of Duncan Wright, who's there on that 167 bike with Michael Craig. Just found its way from the frozen north. And then in third position will be Pete Rogers, and again he was pretty good, had some good races yesterday. He managed to find his way out of the B group at some point, sorry, out of the C group.
I think he managed to win the last C group race yesterday,
right.
So he didn't quite make it into a B race, but I think he was happy where he finished. So.
Yeah, cool. I mean, obviously I was on duty yesterday doing on-track commentary, and you do get a bit race blind and number blind as to what happened when, and so yeah, I think it's pretty sure that KTM there is the one that Michael Craig raced against me with when he was racing.
Yeah.
With like 2010, 2011. So that
looks
bike
like it's got the full Behringer system, the DVRs.
Yeah, so here we go. Away they go. All right, it's a little bit of a wheel that moves across and blocks the line. Then, bit of a front brake grab from Richins, gets the rear wheel in the air. And then we've got somebody in third, then sneaking through. Looks like everybody's going to make it safe with the dirt. Obviously this class then looking a little bit smaller than it did at the start of the day, because we've had 4 guys move up. So Richins is that leads them the first time as they come down off Coward Summit. Let's see who is in third position, and third position should be the 791 of Pete Rogers on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. Not quite sure who we've got in fourth. Maybe the 351 of Rick Owen.
And then in fifth looks like Andrew Goodsell on that borrowed Richard Blakeman bike.
Oh right, okay. So he's out on the Fat and Fast Husky from Monsieur Blakeman, and obviously always good lending your bike out to somebody to let them have a go, but not so good when you both qualify in the same race. But glad to see that we've got a solution to that. But one of the great things about the Supermoto paddock is that there's never a shortage of people to step up and help you out when you're in need with parts or a spare bike or whatever. And certainly on this occasion, Andy Goodsell, an all-round decent guy, so more than deserving. So Richins it is that leads at the end of lap 1, and the number 111 of Duncan Wright right on the back wheel of the youngster. How old's Riley? Is he still a teenager, or is he? I
think we're at 19. If I was to hazard a guess.
So that's a yes then.
I think 19, just about.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it sounds daft. He seems to have been about forever, and whatever problem he's got a problem because he was looking down there for some reason. I'm wondering if he's got a brake problem, because when he went into turn 1, he touched the brake and it seemed like it sat up on the front wheel for, I won't say no good reason, but he certainly didn't look like he wanted to pull a stopper going into turn 1.
He was struggling there with gears. He's slowed right down.
Okay, so a problem then for Richins. Has he broken the gear lever or done something? Has he hit a tyre? So race leader then all of a sudden, the 167 there on the bike, but it is the 111 of Duncan Wright that's now suddenly out at the front.
He managed to take a win in the novice yesterday, I think it was. He took a trophy in the novice championship yesterday in the Nationals. So again, having another good weekend.
And obviously he's travelled down from Scotland as well, so his trip down the A74 will be well and truly rewarded with a trophy from yesterday and a race win from today.
That's if we can keep it together.
That's if you can keep it together, and we won't do commentator's curse. But but certainly looking like a guy that knows his way around the track. Decent posture on the bike, and my favourite line is that some of these riders look like they won the bike in a raffle on the morning of the race.
Sometimes I feel like that.
As do I, to be fair, but no, there's some of these guys who just have an ability to make sure that they're in the right place on the track and let the speed come to them, and there's other guys who just tend to ride just that little bit more aggressively and get themselves out of shape and end up just by, just getting caught out. We're just trying that little bit too hard instead of letting the race come to him. But right out at the front of this one then now by 3.5 seconds from Rick Owen. Rogers in third, Andy Goodsall then up into a good fourth, and then the 698 of Jake Sayer on that ex-James Addy Honda. Wanted to see that was lurking around the paddock in a different awning this weekend. So the 698 Racing bike of James Addy, who was a regular here at the British Supermoto Championship for many years, finding another lease of life in the C group. Michael Whittam in 6th, Sean Jones 7th. In fact, that's just a change as Jones has passed in. Number 8, also from north of the border, Anne Savage, one of your Ladies Cup competitors. She's up into the top 10. Richard Sheen on the Bathmate TM on the number 52. He's 9th, and 614 Mark Adamson in 10th. Richards is still circulating in 14th, and we'll just keep an eye out on him.
It's good to see Anne going so well, up in 8th. She finished 3rd overall in the Ladies Championship yesterday with me. Unfortunately, I don't seem to see any other 2 girls that were racing today, so we're missing Tani Atwood and Maid Chalice from this one, so I'm not sure what's gone on there, but hopefully see them back ready for Teesside round 2.
Obviously Maid Chalice over from the Isle of Man, so she's made some effort to be here this weekend, and hopefully we'll see her back as we look at the 791 with Pete Rogers. Doesn't look like he's going to be closing down the 351 of Rick Owen. So this C group race then just winding itself down right out at the front, and just enjoying an almost 6-second lead now as we watch Rogers come over the mountain. Again, he's a knee down rider. I won't hold that against him. Well, I will, but Three Sisters, one of the few tracks where you can legitimately get away with this, riding this style on the big bike, and we do see a few of the guys, especially guys that have come from a road race background, who simply can't not ride like that. I'm obviously from a motocross background and never ridden road racing really in any kind of form. Done a few track days here and there. But Rogers just almost coming a cropper with that back marker there.
No, that's Rick Owen, I think.
Oh, was he on the back of Rick Owen?
I think he's right back up to Rick Owen there.
So obviously Owen was travelling a bit slowly. Maybe he got a problem, and that was why I made the call. To be fair, Rick Owen can have the award for being Mr. Invisible this weekend, because he's been out there in all the races, but he's kind of been in the positions where he's been out on his own. He's been sat there in like 4th, 5th and 6th and done pretty well. But because he's not been involved in the battle, I haven't really given him that much of a mention. But there's always one of a race weekend, and this weekend it is Rick Owen, because I could say that I can't pick him out visually, and normally by this time, after 2 days, I do know what he looks like. But props to him, he's running a decent second at the moment, and Rogers has had a decent turn of speed all weekend, so he'll be doing his best to try and hold the 791 off for this final 3 laps.
There's my teammate Andy Goodsall, so he's having a quiet race in 4th. Quite a bit of a gap now to Pete Rogers, but he also has a gap of about 19 seconds to Jake Sayer, so he's quite comfortable there, riding his own race. Again, on a borrowed bike, so won't want to be doing anything too silly.
No, there's there's always that thing of like, oh, this bike's really nice, and then you realise that, but I don't want to truck it up the track 'cause it's going to cost me a lot of money to fix, and then it's not my bike. So Andy then just biding his time, but obviously having a good run in this one, and that bike of Blakeman's going to be obviously Blakeman, an ex-British Championship winner, so that bike is going to be pretty well sorted. Even if it is like the spare or the wet bike, it's still going to have a decent level of kit. See the twin DVR exhausts on the back of that Husky. I know that Blakeman said that they were his bikes from last season. A lot of people not upgrading this year. I think mainly down to the fact that with all the work that you put into a bike to get it competitive over a season, by the time you get it there, to start again every year just seems like an awful lot of work. It's something that we found with the two-strokes, that starting the season with what you finished with the previous year was always a better way of going about it than trying something new from fresh.
There's Duncan Wright still with a really substantial lead of about 7 seconds now over. Oh, Pete Rogers must have made the move on Rick Owen. Looking in the background there, possibly made a mistake.
So Owen then being put under pressure. Race leader then with a couple to go. Right, he's just going to have to pick his way past. So this is actually the 714. So that is the bike of Andy Goodsall. That Darryl Brett, his son-in-law, is out on. And yeah, it'd be fair to say that if I offered my bike, my son-in-law a bike, my daughter would not be the most impressed person. As soon as he's already managed to spammer himself beyond use on a mountain bike more than once. But we might cross that bridge at some point. But indeed, you are correct. Rogerson then put almost 4 seconds into Owen. So I would say that Owen maybe has a problem, because he did certainly look like he was struggling a little bit when Rogerson closed up on him. And he has dropped off a long way. Goodsall then another 10 seconds back. Looks like Richie's then, as the DNF, he's currently bottom of the leaderboard. But our race leader then, for the final time for him this weekend, pops over that tabletop, and it is always a relief to get to the end of a race weekend in one piece. And then taking the checkered flag, just tops it off nicely. Just over that. So that has dug out quite a lot. But so Duncan Wright then.
There was quite a substantial hole there yesterday, however. I think a lot of riders were using it as a bit of a berm after coming off the first dirt section, so wonder if it's been causing a few issues today.
Did they do any work overnight on the off-road section, do you know, or is it they just left it from one day to the next?
I think it was left. I know yesterday morning it was very wet.
Yeah.
So in between the two jumps on that middle dirt section, it did actually rut slightly, which was causing a few issues. I think more for confidence than anything, but I think it's just been left to dry out as it is.
So the track list today's been really, really good. Duncan Wright then takes a comfortable victory then in the end, backed it off, took a victory 4.6 seconds from the 791 of Pete Rogers. Third was the 351 of Rick Owen. Fourth then 714 Andy Goodsall on the 54 Richard Blakeman bike. Fifth place number 698 Jake Sayer on the ex-James Addy 450 Honda. Sixth across the line is Sean Jones. So we wait for the 7th place to come across the line, and that will be Mark Adamson, chased very closely by Anne Savage, Michael Whittam, and your top 10 rounded out by Richard Sheen.
This is the Bees now heading out for their final race of the day. So in this race we should have the 138 of Paul Groom on pole, followed by the 125 of Dean Wingate, the Bathmate rider 817 Harley Sharp, followed by his teammate 82 James Wood, and the novice rider 475 Luca Jennings, who I think's had a brilliant weekend. Proper notable mention, he's rode really, really well this weekend.
It is it's difficult always to pick a rider of the day for any of these classes. and sometimes it sounds daft, but it's people that are usually under the radar that will go. But yeah, in a field of good clubmen, Jennings is certainly, as a novice, is batting way above his average as the last few rows get away from the line for their sighting lap for their final race of this opening British Championship round here at Three Sisters, here at Ashton in Makerfield, on the outskirts of Wigan. Literally, it's a mile off the motorway and dead easy to get to. This is a good job really, because we seem to come here an awful lot, but it is the spiritual home of Supermoto in the UK. Been coming here for over 20 years myself, and this Easter weekend 21 years ago was the first full championship year that I started, and obviously that was before you were born.
Hey, I'm 22.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it's also worth mentioning that we've got the 67 of Stephen Gallimore on my old 350 frame, 302 stroke, and the 56 of Luke Hutchinson at the back of this grid, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do, starting from the back.
Yes, and I think that of the two, no disrespect to Gallimore, but I think Hutchinson just looked a little bit the one who was a little bit more racy in that last one, and I think he might get his elbows out a little bit more at the start, so we'll see what that is. But yeah, as I was saying, the spiritual home of Supermoto racing, and it's always a pleasure to come here. It's been great having some decent weather, although as I say, the sun has gone in, and certainly not as nice as it was this time yesterday and this time on Friday when we arrived. What I will say, it is nice to get away on a Sunday night. I'm out riding myself tomorrow, so hopefully the weather will hold as we look at Paul Groom on the Tripz.uk KTM. They're on pole position with a 125 of Dean Wint in second on the RWJ Husqvarna. Then it is the 817 of Harley Sharp and the 82 of James Wood. They had a really good battle for this race yesterday, which Wood led for pretty much three-quarter distance until he got mugged by Harley Sharp at the end. So here we go then for the final time our big group race, and Groom it is that gets away into turn one, but no, he gets ridden around the outside of by Dean Wingate, so it is Wingate that takes the whole shot. So they go up into the off-road for the first time. Wingate then, the roofing contractor, his daughter's out there racing this weekend as well. His wife Kelly then was nominated as the team manager last night when we were going around getting all the info on these guys and girls. Like I say, Dean been around the paddock for a long time, on and off. Took a bit of a break for started a family and such, but came back, and a decent level rider. I raced with him in the elite class.
Oh, I think that might be Groomy with an issue there. I think he may have stalled the bike, but he's lost a load of positions.
It is, so the pole sitter then, Paul Groom. I spotted Danielle.
He's got going again, which is good to see. Hope see what he can.
As they tipped into that dirt section, then Groomy just obviously just had a cough out of that KTM, and then Wingate now already, I wouldn't say a country mile in front, but certainly got a decent lead. There's the 817 of Harley Sharp in second. James Wood then the 82 on the Bathmate Husqvarna in third. But Wingate then across the top of Coward Summit. That bike very, very nicely prepared. One of the Tecmo, if you look at the swing arm on that bike, has one. I think it has one of the Tecmo machine swing arms on it. Very nice piece of kit. These bikes always very well turned out. That RWJ team, 4 or 5 riders in that again. I have to say, all of our teams this year, Danielle, all making an effort. I saw your bike yesterday looking really, really nice, all fresh graphics, and good to see that lots of people making an effort and Not that they haven't for a long while, but this year especially with having the kids on the little versions of those bikes as well, it all makes the paddock a nice place to be.
Especially the RJW team. Seeing the big bikes and the little bikes with like Max and Lily and Isabel, it's great to see how much of an effort's been made.
So fastest lap then for Harley Sharp. So Sharp is not giving this up. Let's not forget that in our action yesterday, Sharp nabbed the win in this one from James Wood, as I said earlier on. Wingate, I think Wingate had a bit of a mare in this one. Or he either had a mare or he got up to the A final, I really can't remember. But he didn't win it anyway. Harley Sharp won yesterday, and fastest lap of the race so far for Harley Sharp. The gap from third place James Wood back to Luca Jennings is about 3.4 seconds, so Woody needs to not let that get any less. And so looking down the lower end of the leaderboard, Stephen Gallimore then running 13th behind Mark Stevens, another one of our veteran riders.
On his new bike, he's changed from Honda to a Husqvarna for this year, so long-term Honda rider, making the switch. So he did decide this weekend would be for running his bike in. I'm not sure how much he's stuck to that.
No, I'm of the opinion that if it's not going to go bang in the first 5 minutes, it's all good. But yes, Mark Stevens then also into his classic motocross as well, so no doubt we'll run into him at a couple of those at some point through the year as well. But Wingate it is then. Leeds and Harley Sharp then. Gap is 1.7 as they come into the pit turn. There's James Wood on the 82, pathmate Husqvarna.
Looks like Luca Jennings in the background there under a bit of pressure from possibly Kyle Bennett. But again, Luca Jennings, only a novice rider, battling there with some really established clubmen. That's really good to see. Yeah,
Bennett himself, another one of our riders that came up from an 85 only a couple of seasons ago, so he's doing pretty well. But Woody's then making some decent lap times, and I don't think anybody's going to trouble him for that third position. Although having said that, he did spill it yesterday whilst in the lead and took himself and Kyle Eccleston out. But again, just a really easy thing to do in the transition, trying to hold on.
I think I might have to invest in those titanium sliders. Very impressive.
Yes, it's one of them things that it sounds really bad when you're riding, but it saves you a fortune in boots. So still 1.7 then from Harley Sharp to Dean Wingate. We'll see Wingate disappearing out of shot, but the first four riders then covered by about 4 seconds at the moment. This is the battle on track then. This is Kyle Bennett, I believe.
So he did make the pass on Luca Jennings, but Jennings doesn't seem to be letting up lightly. He's still all over Kyle. I'm assuming this will be where Kyle will be gaining a little bit of time, will be over this tabletop. Impressive.
I said that, Jennings makes a good fist of that for sure. Oh, Jennings then a bit nose down over that tabletop, but again, not afraid to open the throttle.
Looking a little bit further behind, it looks like Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna is under quite a lot of pressure from Chris Lambourne, so let's see if Chris can make any moves.
Yeah, Prof on his long journey up from the Isle of Sheppey, and again another guy that likes his classic motocross as well, so splits his time between the two, but upgraded his Supermoto fleet to a nice 450 Husky. So no doubt we'll see him a couple of times this year with a bit of luck. Now this is the battle on track at the moment, and Jennings not letting young Bennett get away. I say Bennett probably only 16 or 17 I would have thought, because like I say, it's not been that long since he was on an 85. I don't know, he's got his younger brother is out in our academy class, and obviously Dad will Peter will be out in the our elite final in just a few minutes' time. We used to have some good races with Peter, and as he was when he first started racing, he got his head round it really quick, and got himself up into the elite group on quite a lot of occasions, and still on the lower reaches of the top 10 of our elite class. But this is Bennett Jr. that we're looking at the moment. Although he's made the pass on Luca Jennings. Oh, the problem there.
Mistake.
Not quite sure what went on there. Did he just tuck the front, or?
I'm thinking he may have caught neutral.
Mr. Gear, yeah, there's Mr. Gear on the exit of the turn. So whatever it was, it's not terminal, because all of a sudden Luca Jennings finds himself back up into 4th position.
With only 3 laps to go, it's now, can he keep Bennett off?
Well, we'll just have to see if that was a one-off issue, or has Bennett got a longer-term problem. I know that down to a spanner in, yeah, he's obviously pulled off at the side of the circuit there, so whatever it was, I'm wondering whether that whether it was a major mechanical. The fact that it kind of got itself going again and then stopped, that indicates that, well, it's not mechanical terminal, because you'd know.
Yeah.
So whether it's a fuel issue or not. Here's the battle then between so Paul Reynolds then on the number 10, he's the boss of the Automotive Solutions team, and the 311 of Chris Lambourne. So that's the battle then for 6th and 7th. In actual fact, that will be the battle for 5th and 6th now, because with the retirement of Kyle Bennett, that will move those guys up a position.
Looks like Lee Codling may manage to just get past Paul Groom there, going into that final corner after the pit lane.
So Groovy's got his finger out on this one. He's got back up to 8, because he was well down in the teens the last time I looked at live timing. So as you would expect, Paul Groom then, right of his calibre, starting on pole. Obviously that mistake that he made going into the off-road section on the first lap cost him dearly, but he's fought his way back through pretty well, and as a result he finds himself on the back of this battle now between the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, 311 Chris Lambourne, and the 183 of Lee Codling. Fastest lap again for Harley Sharp. Gap is at 1.5, so it's not closing down fast enough. Dan Spencer then having a good run in this one. Spencer up to 11th, so he's come up from the C group, so to run inside the top 15 in the Bs on his Yamaha, that's a pretty good achievement. The race leader then, Dean Wingate, into Paddock Bend for the final time. Just gets it nice and sideways. Just see Bennett then off at the side of the track, ready to push down pit lane. Wingate then, well, he's coming under pressure from Harley Sharp. It's not all over. There's still time for him to get caught napping, and he'll know. He'll know that the youngster's there, and he'll know that he nicked one at the end yesterday. So
Carl's put himself in the perfect position in case anything happens, which I think is important. He hasn't pushed too hard that he's made a mistake himself. He's put himself in that position that he can capitalise if anything did go wrong.
Well, Wingate then does take the win. Harley Sharp then finishes 2nd. 3rd place then should be James Wood. He crosses the line, so a good result for Woody. Then here's the battle then. Luca Jennings should be the next rider across the line. Looks like Paul Groom always going to try and find his way around the outside of Prof. Oh, right on the white stuff there. So I think Lee Codling made a couple of passes there. He did. So Codling managed to find his way past Chris Lambourne on that final lap. So it's Luca Jennings, Paul Reynolds in 5th, 183 Lee Codling in 6th, the 311 of Chris Lambourne in 7th, Paul Groom recovering then in the 1:38 Tripz.co.uk KTM to finish 8th. Ben Johnson, number 22, in 9th, and 10th place, the 944 Husqvarna of Mark Stevens. So a few sparks there from the toes of the 82 of James Wood.
Some more replays of that great battle between Lukey Jennings and Kyle Bennett. Would have been great to see how that one finished.
Yes. So it's almost one of these things where you'll be really annoyed if you run out of petrol, but you'll also be really pleased if you run out of petrol, because running out of petrol is really cheap to fix. And I have seen it more than once.
They sound a bit like crinkle cut, Chris. They've got like a slight soft.
So that's our B group action finished for the day. Obviously we will get all of our race results and everything sorted out and made official. We have our clubmen and our elite riders and our novices to split out. So a little bit of Excel wizardry to go on, but these are our elite riders then sitting in pit lane, coming out onto the track for the final time today. The 95 bike there with Andy Mitchell on board, number 61. That's the bike of John Oakes, who as I said earlier on, re-injured a hand in his first race today, so took no further part in the meeting, and as is the tradition with anybody else with a bike problem, you help them out, and obviously that team there, no shortage of help.
There's Ian Bremner, the Scottish rider, who's made a comeback the last few years. He hasn't raced the British Championship so much, but I know he has been doing a bit up in Scotland. I think he was the runner-up in the Scottish Championship after breaking his collarbone twice.
Been very impressed with Bremner, and goes about his business quite quietly. Like I say, he's all on his Jack Jones, just a couple of them out working out of a van and doing the best that he can, and he's very much batting above his average there. Did I see a space on the couple of riders missing on the grid?
Yeah, we were
Bennett
missing.
and Eastwood.
Yeah.
I thought there might be somebody missing, having a window to look out of as well as a screen in front of you to look at. So this is the final race action of the day, and like I say, it has cooled off quite a lot. Our camera crew have started to wrap up. Looks like our guy outside the window here, who was barefoot for the first half of the day, is now back with his boots on and his waterproofs and everything. Bit of wind chill for these guys and girls out there doing all this work. It's been a fantastic setup, and I have to say that the quality of the broadcast that we're looking at in our booth here is as good as anything I've seen. It's been a pleasure to put words to it for the day. So there's Richard Sharp. He was the guy that I thought was missing off the front row of the grid.
We've also got a reverse grid for this race as well.
Oh, get you.
Let's not forget.
Do you know what? I said to myself, don't forget the reverse grid.
Yeah.
That'll be why then.
That explains it.
Yes. So this is going to be interesting.
So we have Josh Jasper, the under-21 rider, sitting on pole. This isn't his first time sitting here. I think he made it here last time we were at Three Sisters. But great to see him up there.
I will say I've not really given Josh Jasper the props he deserves. He rode really well at Cadwell, and he in the wet, and I said him and Alex Mullaney. So it was Eastwood that was missing from that third position. So that makes sense then, because like I didn't understand why we hadn't got that. So it is a reverse grid.
So 221 riders on the front row, along with the two Scottish riders, Chris and Jamie. So
if Jamie Duncan can't make this one count, he'll consider himself a disappointed man, because he really rode well yesterday, and he's just had a difficult day. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. So, right. So Eastwood and Bennett been sent to the back of the grid for missing the closing of the holding area. So they were late out onto track. Which
Eastwood will be disappointed with that after having a front row start.
Yes, but rules is rules. We're not that hot on the quality in the holding area by a certain time, but anyway.
Looks like a good start for Jamie Duncan.
So Duncan there from the outside or the middle of that front row. So Duncan it is that leads into the first corner and into the off-road for the first time. Can't quite see who that is in second position.
Second position looks like Alex Mullaney.
It does look like Mullaney, you are quite correct. It is the 100.
Richard Sharp in third, Josh Jasper in fourth, with Jay will be wanting to get as many places on this first lap as he can to try and increase that point.
These reverse grid races then always, nearly a massive eyesight for Mullaney, and he nearly gets collected there by the 217 of Richard Sharp. And the problem with these reverse grid races is that these guys in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are not slow. You're not just going to walk past them. But Jamie Duncan needs to make some noise now with this number 7 Contract Solutions KTM and check out at the front while he's got chance, because all the other fast normal front row guys are going to be fighting to find their way past Alex Mullaney and Josh Jasper. He has a look over his shoulder to see what he's got to do. Looks like Mullaney's still there in second, Sharp there in third.
Hopefully he's got his dad Bram to be at a pit board for him for this race, so he can have an idea of where he is with everyone behind him. I know he struggled with that a little bit yesterday.
So it looks like Hodges up to fourth, Sharpie pushing down the inside but not managing to get the pass done. But it looks like in the background Hodgson's up to fourth.
Just having a look to see where Smith's got to. Oh, red flag, I'd assume.
So we do indeed have a stoppage. So a red flag then for that one. So Jay Smith then, one of the riders that's down, but it looks like he's okay. So
guy on the deck looks a bit unhappy, so avoid him.
So Smith then. So that'll explain then why it looked like there was a gap, and then Chris Hodgson was suddenly up to fourth. So we'll just have a slight delay then while we wait for the medics to sort out.
That should be a full race restart.
That will be a full race restart, so we will go again as our guys then just sit down here at the end of pit lane. That's Bremner.
They've stopped waiting now because everyone's stopped, so the ambulance
that is Daryl Pennington as well. Well, we were having a good day. We'd had no stoppages at all for the so far. And
James Owens looked quite happy there, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
Having a little rest.
Again, he's a rider that I'm not. He's obviously making a decent fist of it, a regular performance in the class.
I think him and one of his pals have made it just so they've got something together, and they've gone for the matching leathers and graphics, which I think looks great.
Well, obviously a lot of people do that, and this is the thing with the sport. It's expensive enough to do at any level, and the guys with motocross have realised the same, that it is very much if you split your resources, everybody doesn't need to have everything. As long as you've got one one of all the things that you need to go round. You don't. Everybody doesn't need a compressor. Everybody don't need to have their own generator. You can share one and all this kind of stuff, and it does make it a lot easier. So it looks like we're going to be sending the guys back to pit lane briefly to re-rack them, and then we will go through the restart procedure. Now my expectation is that it should be a full restart, but like we're going to have a break, and we will back to as soon as we can. No, it does look like the injured rider 44 of Josh Jasper, and I think it's a leg injury, possibly. I didn't see what happened, so not quite sure. But anyway,
I'm sure he'll be disappointed after starting on pole.
yes, and I would say props to him. He's been really, really good this last season or so. Represented the Great Britain.
They're all riding off now, mate. They're all riding off.
Represented Great Britain in the Supermoto Nations, and is definitely, like I say, one of the guys that's come up through the ranks, through our junior categories, through the I'm not sure whether he came through the academy, but obviously his dad was an ex-rider, and he was fairly decent in his own right as well. So he's obviously grown up around the sport. There is the 108 of Dean Hillier on the Goon Squad Trevor Pope KTM.
He's done really well today to get himself straight back up to speed after not riding since last year, any Supermoto, and he didn't ride yesterday either. He's only come up for the day.
He came up for the day, and just recently a new dad for, I think he's got for the 5th time with a new daughter.
Girls.
So raced against his dad Steve back in the day motocrossing. His dad's similar race to me good self, and we were around in the schoolboy motocross scene at the same time. Although I will hold my hand up and say his dad was considerably more talented than I was.
Great
and then
to see Steve still racing as well every now and again. He comes
does.
and has a go.
Yeah, he does indeed, and I've raced against him in Supermoto as well. So the weather is actually a bit of a change. There's certainly, I'm getting more wind noise, obviously from the outside. The flags are a-fluttering a little bit more than they were. And so 10 to 6 currently. I'm not sure whether we've got a time restraint here at Three Sisters on that we need to be worrying about. But it may be that we're going to have a shortened A final. As what usually happens in this instance is they will send the riders back to the paddock and let them get the bikes back on the tyre warmers. Just looking round through the back window there, so seeing Jamie Duncan, Oliver Holmes and Richard Blakeman then just splashing a little bit more fuel in the bikes and getting everything just getting everything back on the warmers, and then we will go with a shortened restart. So if this is a complete restart, it will be interesting to know if Eastwood and Peter Bennett will be allowed to restart from their original positions.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I'll let the rule makers decide that one.
No, we don't want that.
And we will hopefully be underway soon. But let's reflect on a good day's racing. Obviously not going to be our decision, but rider of the day for you?
Luca Jennings.
Yeah, okay.
He's really impressed me.
Not somebody that I'm that familiar with, but I did see him ride really, really well at Cadwell. I know that he got mentioned. He got mentioned there. Was he riding? Did he ride yesterday as well?
He rode yesterday as well. I raced with him, and for someone that I don't think has a lot of race experience, he might have good bike experience but not a lot of race experience, he rode really, really well, some great overtakes on me. And watching him ride today, he's come on leaps and bounds, absolute leaps and bounds since last year, and it's really, really impressed me, especially watching him clear the tabletop the wrong way.
Yes, that's one of the things for me that kind of separates the guys that know, the guys that can do it and the guys that are trying is how they approach that tabletop. And it's not necessarily whether they can clear it perfectly, but it's how you don't make it over it. The way that you make it right, so you're not running wide over, running wide in the turns like that. So yeah, I mean, for me, been difficult to pick out, you know, a real standout today. It's kind of been a bit lost in what we've been doing. But like I say, Lee Codling got Rider of the Day yesterday, and he's performed pretty well today.
Yeah, he had that slight wobble in race 2, but he came back really well in race 3. He picked up quite a few, didn't he? Yeah,
and as I said, the guy that we just saw on camera before we went to the long shot here, Dean Hillier, jumped back in, ran 5th in the first race, and pretty much not have a minute to breathe. But obviously he's from Bournemouth, he travels a long way to come here, and he's obviously one of the guys like him and Ollie Pope and all those people down south who tend to go and do the French and the Belgian Championship, simply because before the age of everything costing a fortune to get across the channel, it was easier to do. So it does look like they are pushing back the number 44 bike of Josh Jasper.
Dean last year showed some incredible speed, especially at Rowra. Unfortunately, he had a big crash, and I think he broke, it was his arm and his hand and his thumb. And I know he had to have surgery and was out for a lot of the year, but he rode really, really well up until that point, and he still made it back to race at Mete. So he did speed. He's still come back here and able to push up right at the front end.
So Jay Smith. So that is obviously Jay Smith riding in, the bike coming in.
Damon there, his dad.
That's Damon Jasper, that's his dad. So the fact that his dad's walked back with the bike tells me that we're not in a situation where obviously Josh has took a bit of a hit. I would imagine that he's taken a bit of a high side there. I've done that myself. It's a really, really not a nice place to fall off, and it looks like he's high sided and maybe got an upper leg injury or something from the what we saw there. So I guess that we're going to give our ambulances a chance to just get everything sorted out, and we will need to have them tell us that they are ready for us to continue. And whilst the track is clear, that doesn't mean to say that we can resume racing straight away. The medics have got to be happy.
There we go. Are we going to be getting going again? Do you want me to ask Robin?
Take it up with Dave. I'm just an epic messenger. Alright?
Okay, so we've just had the track cleared then, and we're just waiting for the riders to come back to the holding area. Be interesting to see how we rack up. Like I say, we've just heard that they're possibly not going to make the restart a reverse grid, and obviously that will be something that will no doubt attract some discussion. But
I'll be keeping an eye out to see if Peter Bennett and Chris Eastwood could take their normal grid position.
I would say that with a complete restart, that would almost be certain. I remember not Supermoto, but motocross many years ago. There was a red flag on the second or third lap of a race, and it was declared null and void. A guy had crashed out on the first lap and was already in his car on the way to the airport, literally ready to leave the track. And when the race got stopped, he went back, got changed in, was allowed to restart. Right, unfortunately then, my curfew was correct, and bearing in mind that it is Easter Sunday, so unfortunately it looks like that is the end of our racing action for today. So we will have to look back and see who has led over the line, but by my reckoning that is going to be a win for Jamie Duncan. So a real shame that the day had to finish like that. We were up against it for time. I did say to you it was 10 to 6, and we would have got the race underway. We would have probably been okay to have done it, but as it stands at the moment, we are on a 6 o'clock curfew here at Three Sisters. No engines till 10 o'clock. It's 8 hours on Easter Sunday, and we have got to abide by that. And the circuit owners obviously are governed by the locals, and whilst that's a real shame, we will try and call up the race results as we see it at the moment and as it stands, depending on how they take it back a lap, and bearing in mind that this will be super duper unofficial, and obviously subject to official confirmation whether we get to rerun this race somewhere else. Obviously that conversation will go on late into the night, almost certainly. But as it stands at the moment, Jamie Duncan then was the guy who led across the line the last time we went across the line from Alex Mullaney. The number 17 of Richard Sharp. Then of course in fourth place was Josh Jasper and Jay Smith. They were the two guys that went down. And it was the 54 of Richard Blakeman, 74 of Chris Hodgson, the 108 of Dean Hillier, the 61 of Andy Mitchell, 55 Jack Nation in 10th, and then Seth Gibson, Paul Rhodes, Oliver Holmes, Blaine Pearson and Chris Walker 155. So that was your top 15. And unfortunately, like I say, our marshals then making their way in from the circuit. So that's the curtailing of our track action for today. So thank you very much for joining us for this first round of the British Supermoto Championship. Thank you very much for our Ladies Cup champion Danielle for sitting next to me all day and keeping me on my toes.
Oh, it's been my pleasure.
Opening my drinks for me. Well, that's just something that we can't ever talk about. But no, I've had a great 2 days here at Three Sisters. Obviously, round 2 of the championship at Teesside on the 6th and 7th of May. Obviously, it remains to be seen whether we will have a live stream from there or not. But I will say that it's been a pleasure to have been part of this one, because it's been excellent as far as I'm concerned, as good a live feed as I've seen, and hopefully we will see you all in the future. So signing off then from Three Sisters here at the end of this Easter weekend, and hope to see you at a racetrack really soon.